Just be here and take it. Forget about the rules and let it be. Have me, hold me, sacred. Just be here and take it. Forget about the rules and let it be. See me, feel me, naked. Have me, hold me, sacred. Just be here and take it. Forget about the rules and let it be. See me, feel me, naked. Have me, hold me, sacred. Just be here and take it. Forget about the rules and let it be. Sky and water, deeper, higher, crossing borders, singing, praying, from vibration. Love becomes our only teacher, reaching out to one another. There's no need to keep on running. Long as I am you and you are me, we can be one. We will be free. We will be free.
No need to worry, no need to stress, no need to hurry, no need to sweat, no need to worry, no need to stress, no need to hurry, no need to sweat, no need for money, and no regrets. I'll do it in my own sweet time.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. We're ready to get started. My name is Michelle Kasprzak. I'm your host and moderator for today's event, the Research Fellowship Symposium here at the Sandberg Institute and Rietveld Academy. Eva Hoonhout, Coordinator of Education and Research Development at the Sandberg, invited me as someone who curator and artist working across artistic research domains like care, maintenance and repair, digital cultures, and much more, as well as loving to be a talk show host. So I'm honored to be here and guide you through this day of exciting presentations and discussions. Last year, around this time, I was here to host the symposium for the previous cohort of fellows, an event which, due to Corona, of course, took place entirely online. Somehow, it really worked, though I'm sure you join me in feeling a little bit tired of the constant Zooming. So this year, we're lucky enough to gather together in a small number and broadcast out to the wider world as part of this day, recognizing and celebrating the work of our research fellows. Artistic research remains a perennial topic, sparking vibrant discussions in our field. And for those of you here today who are studying at the Rietveld or Sandberg, we hope that these presentations by our fellows provide inspiration and moments of contemplation which might further fuel the creative impulse in you. Now, let me introduce the research fellowships themselves. The fellowships are an annual initiative piloted in 2018 to pursue different knowledge practices involving the topics of artificial intelligence, the city, and materiality. The Research Fellowship Project is intended to make research real and visible in the school, enriching the curricula of each department with new insights and methods, and connecting new networks to the school. Last year, we had research fellows working on topics such as game design, coloniality, the commons, licenses and copyright, and archival practices, among other topics. This year, we have research fellows working on the history of Caribbean carnivals in the Netherlands, practices of biographical storytelling, solar energy, Black cultural aesthetics, and the archaeology of dreams. The fellows taking part in this 2020-2021 cycle are Derrais Carter, Nicola Baratto and Yiannis Mouravas, Marian van Aubel, Amy Suo Wu, Quincy Gario, David Bennewith, Noha, Ramadan, and Swani Vinton, Marie-Ilse Bourlanges, Nina Glockner, Oskar Johanson, Elena Kurtova, Jeroen Kramer, I'm almost done, and Mika Perlmutter and Mo Veld. For today's program, we have 7 presentations and we have 2 breaks. And we have space and time for your questions. So after each 30-minute presentation, you can engage in the short Q&A afterwards. We have people here who can rove around with a microphone to properly capture your question. So don't hesitate to raise your hand and make yourself known. For our online audience, we're keeping an eye on the YouTube chat. So please ask your questions in the text box and we'll do our best to weave in your questions, though bear in mind the stream has a short delay, so we might not get to your question right away. There are 2 more important things for me to mention before we can really get started. At the end of our symposium today, we're launching the publication. Where is it now? Ta-da! Capturing the work from last year's fellows. It features an opening essay by Gabrielle Kennedy, and the publication is freely available, so don't run away after the last talk. Stick around and enjoy this informal publication launch with us. Also, a key thing to know is that the Fellows exhibition is open from today until the 25th of November, and there will be a finissage on the 25th featuring Derrais Carter's. Some of the fellows who couldn't be present today are represented in this exhibition, so please take a walk over to the exhibition space here in the FedLev building and check it out. So, without anything further from me, we're going to get started and hear our first research fellow presentation of the day from duo Yiannis Mouravas and Nicola Baratto, who are invited by the Dirty Art Department of the Sandberg. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Yeah or no? Yes. Should be on, huh? Great. Okay. How do I put it full screen on the Mac? Sorry, I'm a Windows user.
Oh, yeah, no worries. And then,
Maybe Command L,
oh, yeah.
if I remember. No. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
You remember.
Good memory. I start.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me. It's a bit weird to speak on a microphone. It's good? Okay, cool. Yeah, right. This is always very weird. Now it falls. I'm sorry. All right. That's it. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. It is really great to be in a live audience, of course. Um, Yeah, we are going to do this presentation divided in two, but before we start, we would like to give some acknowledgements, and I'm going to read them from the phone so I don't forget anybody. So, of course, thanks to Sandberg Institute for inviting us. We are alumni, but anyway, thank you very much for still being able to do further research on our topics. Thanks, of course, to Eva and Flavia for supporting us through this strange year and for giving, of course, everything that they had, and all the organization around it. Thanks, of course, to our research collaborators, Marine Terrein, Kim Waver, and the Living Art Lab, the archaeological department of the city of Amsterdam, and Jerzy Gawronski, who also gave us quite a good insight on his work. Team Steph Kirk and Sarah Kaiser from the Scheepvaart Museum, Leonardo Ruvolo, and Landscape Alcamo, as well as Victor Askogas, Myrto Lavda, Xaviera Kuvara, Andreas Ragnar Kasapis, and the archaeological effort of Rethymnon. Thank you, all of you guys, for making us really cozy in our research and helping us go through it. I'm going to start with the first slide, which should be this scheme that we somehow made. Over the last 5 years, we have developed this artistic research, which is basically described by this scheme, merging these three temporalities, the three temporalities that we live in, and also the three major activities, which is wander, dig, and see. And this research is basically a way that we question the fluidity of history, and we explore the intersections of archaeology, dreaming, and myth-making. Then the resulting outcomes, as you're going to see, are mixed media installations, films, artist books, and sculptures. What is quite important maybe here is to say that we always give this riddle of how we understand our research and why we call it archaeodreaming. So we have this thing that we say, which is always as the dreamer saw the archaeologist, or reverse, as the archaeologist saw the dreamer. So as the archaeologist digs in this locality and to find the material past, material memory, and unearths it into the present, projects these findings into the future generations to come. So that does the dreamer, therefore, and we always, every day, we dig in our memories and we bring them into the present moment, but with a projection of a future reality. For us, this is an important analogy because these two, let's say, themes do collide in many ways, as we're going to see further. I'm going to start, yeah, please. Yeah, I'm going to start with this. We are very interested in this year, and in general, we are very interested, but in this year also, we very much focused on this idea of cartography. This is why we did a collaboration with the Scheepvaart Museum. This map we did was just before the start of our research period, and we did it for this show in Düsseldorf called Amedes de Tages. Under the Sea Lies a Desert was the name of the show. And basically, this refers into this. I'm going to make it super brief because it is quite let's say, a great intense research, but it refers to this geological event of the, let me say it correctly, Miocene period, 5 million years ago, around 5.5 million years ago, where supposedly there was a salinity crisis and the Mediterranean basin was a desert. So it refers to the, let's say, the oceanographer's dream of the Mediterranean being empty of water and being able to check the abyss and its basically its seafloor. And what is interesting for us is we did this psychedelic projection of what would these findings be. How, let's say, one could imagine from a past geological event, doing, of course, somehow a creative interpretation. And this is the image of the show that we created back then, having incorporated some ceramics. Ceramics, of course, is an interesting and important element for us because we do have this idea of the classic archaeological finding. So we always refer to this idea of the ceramic being and the vase being the classic archaeological finding, the container of history, the container of memory, and the container, of course, of the material past. So therefore, there is this connection, and this is another image from which connects with the show that who you have the possibility to visit is being shown upstairs, and I hope that everybody will join. And is the connection of another, let's say, way of presenting it with a bit of more, let's say, this idea of the seafloor bed. Yeah.
Shall I go here?
Yeah, go.
So that was a little bit how we arrived to this point of starting this research fellowship. And once arrived, we kind of started contemplating, or we were also reflecting on what artistic research is and what is our own artistic research. And we tried to kind of formalize it further throughout this year, sort of understanding or actually identifying three vortexes that are already present and sort of spinning together in what is behind the work that we make. The three vortexes are onironautica, which is coming from oniros, Greek for dream, and nautikos, which is seafaring or navigation, onirographia, which is dream writing, and orinopractica, which is dream practice. So I'll try to see whether we are able to explain what these three vortexes are. So onironautica is a sort of like attempt of giving attention to our dreams, or therefore to our subconscious, to what's going on while we sleep. Although, of course, for us, the dream of the day expands through the dream of the night and vice versa. There is no actual distinction between these two states of being. Maybe the only distinction is the degree of attention that we give to each of this state of consciousness. But onironautica is this kind of idea of like space-time navigation and distortion. In this drawing, we kind of formalized a compass, like, again, a tool for orientation with Hypnos, which is the god of sleep in the Greek tradition, in which cardinal points are sort of like disoriented. They become news instead of the classic way of putting them. And then we were looking into some other field that was a bit more unknown, like more scientific and neurological studies on the subject. And we found out that actually in our brain, there is this organ, little hippocampus, because it looks like a seahorse, that is actually the responsible for how basically our memory and also our imagination. There is a recent number of a growing number of studies that kind of put forward this idea of the prospective brain, that is sort of suggests that in order to imagine the future, we need to remember the past. Basically, they were doing these tests on people that, how can I say it simple? Basically, if one could not remember what he or she did last week, also could not imagine what he or she will do next week. So somehow there is this idea that the brain uses stored information in order to imagine, formulate, or even predict possible future events. So also again in the research, trying to reflect on navigation and this idea of space-time, we were looking into tools, of course, still through the lens of the archaeology. What are the tools from the past that would allow humans to kind of navigate space-time? And we're giving, well, there's a bunch of references that we're giving two examples that we find somehow important. Is like this astrolabe designed by Hamed Ben Ali in Palermo in the Middle Ages, and the mnemonic diagrams by Giordano Bruno, also Renaissance, Italian Renaissance. The astrolabe is basically a device, a tool that contains a model of the sky. So one could actually position himself or herself in the location where he or she are at, and kind of understand what time is it, just looking at the sky and having basically a model of the universe in hand. Whereas the diagrams, the mnemonic diagrams, are basically a sort of memory palace, so a kind of understanding or building of past memories through an ideal of architecture. So for us, these are kind of tools that we try to employ, well, to just navigate and create our work. Then there is, you want to say?
Yeah, sure.
Swap.
It's good. We found quite interesting this example of this art theoretician called R.B. Warburg. We especially connecting this idea of the mnemonic, which Nico was just explaining, because he, let's say, through his research, which was also, let's say, somehow went away from this classic theory type of research, created these plateaus of images, which are basically images pinched on big curtains, because he tried to create, by free association, a connection between images in order to speak about art history. What we found interesting around this idea is that, again, he's basing his research upon this idea of the memory palace, upon this idea of trying to go from one image to the other, rather than going in a very classic chronological European-centered type of narration. And we think that this is interesting also for our era, since we do understand today, through maybe even memes, that there are these archaic, let's say, or archaic even images that we speak through, or there are, of course, narrations that we speak through and we communicate through, such as the hero's journey, for example, that we all somehow know, and how this develops. So we find interesting this non-linear storytelling and how recomposes past, present, and future, or merges them at a certain point. Yeah. And then this is why, of course, going back to architecture, or going back to, let's say, the non yet understood or the not yet found, we were also somehow drawn upon cartography, since cartography in the days, let's say, of the European exploration or European colonization, had these unknown territories where it was still to be imagined what was there. And for us, this moment within, let's say, the European context of colonization and of brutalization of the frontiers, was also the moment of let's say, a reinvention of utopia. For us, going to Scheepvaart Museum and filming these was, we filmed that in a 16mm film, also as part of the research, but also as part of a project that we did in Scheepvaart Museum and in Marinterrein, was also to recreate the materiality of them within film and within somehow the moving image. I think just to say before you change that, it has to do with desire, I think, to a greater extent, that we are going to come back later about the unimaginable and the not yet imagined, as Bloch speaks about it. Yeah.
I go here. So this is the second vortex that is about dream and writing. So somehow there is a very important connection there, in a way, like our dreams are dreamt in our own minds, like somehow dreams belong to a certain individual. But then if we want to kind of remember them and bring them into this reality, maybe let them transform the reality, then we have to anyway engage in a sort of attempt of documenting or transcribing these irrational images that happen through the night. So in this kind of vortex research of dream writing, we kind of delved into a very specific heritage of the dream book. The dream book is basically this, like documenting a dream. Of course, every dream book, every dream that we kind of hear or read is always a secondary account, indeed, because the first account is from the dreamer. The dream is also for us like very essential because it's the most ancient and unbroken and continuous literary genre. So it's, I mean, we can suppose, but we have some archaeological image in front of us of this Akkadian dream book, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Actually, really interesting artifact was looted by the US Army in 2003 and just returned this summer to Iraq. And it tells the story of the construction of a temple through a dream. So there is this, you know, king who dreams about receiving from an angel or a goddess, so the idea of building a temple. So this dream belongs to his era anyway. But there are other examples throughout time. For example, the Hypnerotomachia Polyphili, a strive for love in a dream, printed in Venice in 1499, that tells about a story of love through these dreamscapes. And in the image on our right, we see the protagonist in this crucial choice side. Somehow this idea of the dreams can give also suggestion for our choices and doubts. And I find it amazing because it kind of narrates in 4 languages this choice. So we have Arabic, Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. And it is a testimony of a pan-Mediterranean past in which cultural syncretism and religious pluralism would actually intervene in this basin that is nowadays becoming a barrier more than a portal. Other beautiful ways of kind of categorize, like this is more like, it has some problems, but it's also a beautiful tradition of like this popular dream book in which dreams are attached to a specific image or a number that are very widely used for lottery playing, for example, in the Mexico or South America, but also La Smorfia Napoletana, still nowadays very present in Naples, beautiful tradition. Of course, it's a bit like, I mean, I personally wouldn't say that every dream can be categorized and ascribed to a certain meaning, because every dream somehow follows the desire of the dreamer, like, you know, the specific moment in time in which it was dreamt, the position of the stars. It's much more complicated than that. But this somehow has grown into a huge tradition of writing that spans from this very specific text of Artemidorus, this Greek dream interpreter, who for the first time in the 2nd century sort of started ascribing certain meanings to dreams. And that's also a major text that Freud drew upon, for example, in his $1 million book, Interpretation of Dreams. And so there is this kind of striking connection between our idea of giving a meaning, a specific meaning to a dream, but, well, maybe it has to be questioned, I think. Another very important dream book that we consider necessary is the Third Reich of Dreams, The Nightmares of a Nation. It's a dream book that gathers dreams of German people from 1933 to 1939, compiled by Charlotte Berard, who then left to the States and edited the book that was then published in 1968. The book is incredible. It kind of like let us understand that every historical era has its own subconscious forces, and similarly, people's dreams are conditioned by the historical period. So in the book, there are many already elucidating dreams that really show somehow the form and the shape of the totalitarian regime, or how the totalitarian regime sort of imposes itself upon its subjects. It's really interesting read for the 20th century and for the present. Actually, this was a book that was heavily referenced during the pandemic at the beginning, in the first lockdown, because many of similar projects were started, like Archive of Dreams of people. Somehow there were a lot of articles, New York Times, Vice, Yale University, everyone was saying, we have weird dreams. Somehow everyone started dreaming again for some reason. Maybe the anxiety was such a high level that the imaginary was, pushed to a higher pace. But yeah, so many similar examples of Dream Archive started during this experience we had in the last couple of years. The last research vortex indeed is the oniropractica. So it's just coming from the question, how can we practice dream life? In ancient times, for example, now we're reporting this image from the Asclepian temple of Kos. Asclepio was the god of medicine and healing in ancient Greece. And pilgrims would visit the temple of the god in order to sleep and dream and somehow practice this ritual that formalized as incubation, and somehow wake up in the morning and have, a medical prescription or a suggestion, what to do in regards to these like medical problems or just doubts or anything. So
Medical prescription through the dream.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. Yeah, thanks. That's why we work always in two, because we always lack some words. So yeah, this is a very open question that we kind of reflect on, and how can we work with our own subconscious, irrational experience to actually heal ourselves. There is let's say in antiquity, there was this idea that the dream was like a window towards the future, or indeed a way to heal, a prophecy. Now, maybe I have to say, I might be wrong, but through the psychoanalytical and the 20th century rationalization and attempt at sanctification of the dream life, these dreams have more become an idea like as a sort of like hole towards the abyss of our own psyche. So there is a sort of different geography that is also interesting to kind of keep in mind, that it can be maybe like a jump towards the abyss, but also can be, like in Jacob's ladder, an ascent toward the sky. So there is darkness, but there is also light, there is life, and there is also death, and there is the unknown and what is known, and visible and invisible. So how does this research, what did we do?
No, but just to say also, just on maybe the previous slide, and this idea of the speaking about, let's say, this, why we still are busy with archaeology, because okay, somebody would say, all right, but all of these are very relevant matters. We're still speaking about, okay, COVID, and how, let's say, something from 70 years ago, a world in Europe, which somehow became a bit of a world issue, is somehow having still some effects on us, and how this, in contemporary terms, how it does exist. But speaking about, let's say, this idea of how things gets transported through time, through temporalities. For example, the Asclepian snake, which is this idea that the god would come either as the god himself or as a snake in order to give the medicine, or if you would have the bite of the snake, is still transported through contemporary medicine, in the sense that the medicine is, of course, also a poison, and sometimes you get a bit of the poison in order to get healed. And in contemporary pharmacies, you still see the two snakes, which are, let's say, remnants of this somehow notion, so to speak, that dream somehow exists within the contemporary life, even if we don't per se recognize it. And this is somehow what drives our research to a greater extent. And just to give a bit, let's say, also a reflection on why. But just to say, what did we do, and to go in a bit of a conclusion, we organized for the Dirty Art department this workshop, which we called the Magic Mystery Heist, or somehow we co-called this, we renamed it, or which was basically this. First, we started with it was a 1-week workshop. We started with wandering. We gave an appointment in Katwijk or Noordwijk, if I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyway, in this in Noordwijk, I think. And then we started walking through the dunes. And it was a great day, because it started with really a lot of sun and we could see a lot of deers. But then suddenly it started snowing, and then we entered in the dunes, and then it was like super heavy wind. And somehow I think this describes also the way that we also delve upon a subject that we also ourselves, but also I think everybody delves upon a subject where you get lost, and there is no per se a reason to find a specific target, rather just take the trip. not per se only in psychedelic terms, but also take the trip literally. During this, one of these images where the guys are just walking is almost just after a moment where we started this practice, which was a heist moment. Basically, we had these 7 or 8 heist moments or 9 heist moments where we would scream heist randomly. A person would scream heist, and then everybody should stop and then memorize visually the moment, who was next to them, and so on. In the end of the whole experience, everybody would have to write in their notebook, not in the start, not in the moment, but later, a transcription of what they remembered. This also describes a bit what happens in dreams. In dreams, you visualize something, then you come and transcribe it. There is always this idea of translation. So for us, it is this idea of a mnemonic game. And through that, we also created a moment of desire, and we asked everybody to bring a talisman with them. This idea of bringing an object of desire, an object of projection of a desire, with them in the trip, but not show it. And then after that, create another object that somehow reflected the experience of the trip, but also reflected the talisman. I think for us, this was also a collective workshop where everybody would also somehow transform each other's desires, each other's dreams, and would even incubate them as it happened, because a lot of people kept a dream journal, and it happened that indeed people were in other people's dreams. So there was this idea of actual the dream incubation that really happened.
And to close the workshop, there was a
Yeah, of
lecture
course, major.
by Federico Campagna, in which he kind of joined to reflect on the activities of the week and speak about his research, focusing on the last 2 books, Technique and Magic and Prophetic Culture.
I mean, this was a really major talk, a really major lecture. Unfortunately, we could not record it. But also what Federico spoke about was this idea of the world making. So it was also a reflection on how, let's say, as you walk, you also build. And as you walk, you also describe. Because you describe your world, as he was saying, by describing the object that surrounds you. So we are our library, we are our books, we are our shoes, and so on. Great.
Okay.
No, and then the maybe the second part of let's say what we did, aside as what we said in the Scheepvaart Museum, which is unfinished still. We still need to conclude this project, but it was quite an interesting activity for us, as I previously said, was this research, or let's say project that we initiated, which is the connection in between Hypnos and Thanatos. Hypnos is the Greek ancient god of sleep, and Thanatos is the Greek ancient god of death. And
they're brothers.
They're brothers, and they are, according to the theogony, they're brothers, and they both carry wings. And they both transport either people to sleep or people to their to Hades. What is for us interesting, and it was the project itself, was this invitation that we got to participate in our first, let's say, archaeological endeavor, which took place in Crete, in the island of Crete, in the Mediterranean. In a late Minoan cemetery. The Minoans is a civilization that flourished in Crete, I think, around 5,000 years before Christ. And if I'm not wrong, but maybe I'm wrong, so this is, I'm sorry. Now I cannot recall. But this cemetery has a very soft stone, and it is has all the graves. It's a necropolis. All the graves are carved in steps. And there was an invitation to participate with a video artist plus a soundscape artist, an artist that made a soundscape piece. Sorry, which was a bit of a lament, while, let's say, the video work was people sleeping on the street in Athens. And what we somehow, we thought that would be appropriate is to create this idea of a sitting textile, a textile which somebody would be able to picnic on, or a shroud. So this idea in between, again, a blanket to sleep on or a shroud to die on. Although I don't want to make it so dark, but let's say the connection is, of course, in between death and sleep, is that we do say that death is in order somehow maybe to even nurture our pain, is that death is a long sleep and sleep is a small death. So there is this idea of the connection of two, also via, let's say, these archaeological accounts, but also what we do experience from this blackout. And what we created was, it was this textile 160 by 120, which you can see in the exhibition upstairs, but it has, it's basically a psychedelic map, a psychedelic cartography. It is divided by two. It has elements and elements from the location, such as the topography of the graves, but also a sun clock. And it is this idea of, let's say, creating somehow a stratigraphy of elements.
Yeah.
And here you can see how the graves are a bit. And people are sitting on the textiles, and on the back it's the video projection. Yeah.
Is it future or is it past?
Now we gotta adjust the microphone again. Don't go away, don't run away. It's time for a little Q&A. So we're gonna huddle together and we're gonna use the two microphones among three. Very cozy, despite the announcement. Anyway, we're gonna disobey all the rules. Thank you for your great presentation. Oh, you're obeying the rules. You're all the way over there. 1.5 meters. Wow, it's a lot of really rich material. And I have a lot of questions, but I'm sure the audience does as well. So if anyone wants to shoot their hand up, they can go ahead, or I will start. Because I wanted to ask you about using the workshop as a research method, and how you worked with the participants in the Dirty Art department. And so I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about how you came up with that as a strategy, if you used it before, is it something that's regularly in your practice? And I'd like to hear a little bit more about the talismans that people brought and what they were.
Shall I speak maybe first about the wandering and then you can speak about so yeah, thank you for the question. It's great because indeed in 2018 we initiated our first collaboration with the Dirties, which was that me and Erasmus Herrion and Lovis Caputo, with the help of the Dirty Art department, we organized and designed a pilgrimage. Let's call it a pilgrimage. Yes, we organized a walk from Delphi to Athens via walking, of course, because it was a pilgrimage. In 10 days, we walked 240 kilometers, and via the mountains. And the idea was that we could, let's say, start from Delphi, which is this historical space and has this idea of the prophecies and prediction, because Delphi, for those who do not know, is this epicenter of Greek golden age, where prophecies would be made, but they were always ambivalent. They would always be, go to war and you will die, go to war, you will die. So anyway, you will die, but with a comma in between. And there was always this idea of, let's say, giving it, but also not per se saying what is the truth. And for us, this somehow also reflects today what is being said as truth and reality. And also, of course, what Nicola was saying before about what is dream and what is not, and also what is past and what is future. Therefore, we, and with the collaboration of Macau Milano, which sadly has been gone the last 2 weeks, from Macau, this great cultural squad in Milano, and Emanuele Braga, we brought this Italian philosopher called Franco Bifo Berardi to be the
Oracle.
the oracle or Pythia. And after he gave this ode to capitalism, which you can see on Iflux, where he called the capitalism a Tyrannosaurus in this great Italian accent, we started our trip and delved into the mountains and went, let's say, from this very great and really interesting ruin, but also, let's say, I would say, happy, let's say, Greek countryside to the real darkness of, let's say, beton-filled Athens, and also to the post-Documenta Athens, which was, let's say, a desert. And therefore, we also navigated through this idea of, let's say, what could exist on the not yet known, and how we can build the world as we see it, which somehow brings us back to what we did in with this current workshop with the Dirty Art department. But also to say that, yeah, maybe this this trip for us was also somehow this idea of taking time to walk gives you also the opportunity to speak to each other. There is no since you have to reach a target, there is no distraction by phone. There is not this distraction of a social anxiety. You are with a group of people, and for 10 days, you just have to walk to reach a place. This time, due to Corona, we couldn't do 10 days, although we wanted in the start to do at least a 2-day walk. So we just navigated for, let's say, a day trip. But about the talismans, maybe you want to...
Well, during these activities anyway, there were kind of exercises of memory enhancement, desire incubation, and world building. So the idea was that through these exercises, each student would kind of think of what they would actually materialize or bring to life, you know, in a material sense, and also what they would bring, therefore, with them in their next journey. Like, you know, one of these talismans that you have with you and sort of like protects you. I think you say apotropaic or something like that. Somehow protection against evil or like bad energies in order to, you know, navigate the world. What talismans there were. I remember someone wanted to become a wolf, and there was something about bones and stuff. The one that we were showing before was by Ida and Simon. It was an engraved on metal, Mayday Day Lover. I think my memory is on fallacy at the moment. I remember these two and not the others.
Yeah, but just to say also, this idea of let's say the talisman also came because we had this previous experience also with the 2018 adventure, when we were hosted in a priest's house, and then he gave us a cross. And this was a passepartout for everything. Like, all the doors were open because all 30 of these, let's say, idiots were wearing a cross. And then we could just pass through everything from monasteries to, you know, cultural centers. We could sleep on the municipality's ground and so on. So this idea of what you carry and also identifies you, or what you carry also incubates what you dream through, let's say, this idea of building the world around you, is also, I think, a bit at stake for this.
It wasn't a Christian pilgrimage. It just happened that a priest hosted us in a rainy night. So. Yeah, but yeah, Greece is like, it's true. But yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's a great answer. Thank you. And sorry, I keep moving the mic down. Does anyone in the audience want to ask a question? Derrais, yeah? Is there a microphone that can move? There actually isn't. I lied about that. I'm sorry. So if you ask it, I will repeat it so that it is heard better on the live stream.
All right, thank you. Not to be too macabre, right? But I'm wondering, can we actually go back to the picture with the grave?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it going too far to suggest that, like, maybe you can take the shroud, line the grave with the shroud, and ask someone to take a nap in it with the talisman?
So the question, the question is it too much to put the shroud in the grave and ask someone to take a nap in it with their talisman?
There's no talisman here, but you reply.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pity. We had a picture where somebody was sleeping. We didn't include it in order to cut short on the presentation, although of course probably we are over time. But we do have like nobody could sleep there per se because it's an archaeological space. What is very interesting, again, speaking about psychedelia and sleep and all this, let's say, mix, was that people from these are all village people from the village behind the trees. This is a preserved forest because of the archaeological space. What was interesting that, of course, Greece is giving a lot of money to the archaeological, let's say, preservation, but not that much. All right, it's a bit bankrupt. So the back of the archaeological space is open. So all the village people will enter, and in order to gather mushrooms in the forest through inside, let's say, the graves. So for, let's say, whoever wants to make the connection between, let's say, mushroom grave and so on, there was, let's say, this idea of these people, let's say, revisiting this locality, but also sleeping through a psychedelic trip and so on. So
Maybe
yeah.
to also reply to that very fair question, if it's too much or not, which is very well pointed. But I mean, speaking about death might seem a bit heavy, but also, I mean, it's part of our life. And I think in the present moment, it is a very essential discourse we should have. In a way, like we have died many times in our lives. I mean, I have died as a children when I've became an adolescent, I think. Like, maybe I die every other day because like what I'm today is not what I was 3 days ago. I mean, so many things happened, right? So, I mean, like also the idea of death maybe shouldn't be always taken so dramatically, but also as an openness to change and transformation. So, I mean, in this context, okay, it's a cemetery and we were asked to do a contribution for a video installation. So it seemed also kind of a function, it's kind of a functional tool in a way. So maybe it is too much, yeah. But yeah, but up to you.
I don't know if it's too much, but actually, I wanted to mention that when I saw the blanket and you talked about it being a shroud and a map and a place to sleep, I also thought of birth and blankets for swaddling babies, and anyway, just you can always take it back, the cycle of life, back to birth again as well. So to bring it back into the light. Anyways, I think we have to move on. So thank you so much, you guys. Yeah, let's have a round of applause. So I'm going to ask our next presenter, Amy Suo Wu, to come up to the stage. Amy was, who was she? Whoops, I've dropped my pen. She was invited by the design department of the Sandberg, and I'm going to try to help her prepare her screen here. Let's see. Okay.
Hello. Yeah, so thank you for being here so early in the morning. I'm just gonna jump right in. So yeah, my name is Amy Suo Wu, and I was born in China and I grew up in Australia. And I've been living in Rotterdam since 2006 as an artist designer and a teacher. And as a child of immigrants, Chinese immigrants, I grew up feeling alienated from my parents, white Australia, and my own identity. One defining rupture that has come to shape my work is the language barrier between my parents and myself. They spoke Chinese, and broken English, and I spoke English and broken Chinese. Miscommunication was our common tongue, and such is the experience of many immigrant households. More than that, we didn't share emotional language. With little vocabularies of the heart, we grew apart, imprisoned in each other's perception of each other. In 2019, I returned to Sydney and spent most of the time in my mother's mending shop, repairing customers' clothes while attempting to mend our relationship that had been torn by time, distance, language, and our shared history of violence and heartbreak. Being physically close to her again was a strange experience. Of course, I knew my mother, but the daily contact with her brought up so many complicated emotions that I had tucked away. And when it came to hard, we turned to making. My mother had made some backpacks using clothes abandoned by her customers in her mending shop, and I suggested we'd make more of them so that we could collaborate and focus on the making instead. And when things got too tense, making together was able to bring us together in a bodily way. And craft was what my mother taught me, and it has become our common language of understanding. So through this literal act of mending and making clothes, we metaphorically began a long journey to mend our ruptured relationship to each other. And so when I returned back to Rotterdam from Sydney, I wanted to find new ways to maintain the relationship from a distance. And some years ago, she had told me about an idea to write a book about her life. And one of the things that came to my mind was encouraging my mother to draw her life instead, as I felt that writing could be too heavy of a task for her. I also suggested drawing because I myself cannot read Chinese. And I saw this as an opportunity for my mother and I to share something together again. So image became a space for us to communicate our emotions where otherwise spoken language had failed us. The idea was to publish her drawings and my writings on our shared passion of textile and clothing. And so with this hope and excitement in our hearts, we auspiciously bless this new mother and daughter venture with the title Serenity Department. So for 2 years, since 2019, images of her life poured out. Some are of terrible things, but illustrated and collaged in playful, cartoon-like innocence with humor and lightness that is quintessentially my mother. Major themes in her drawings include abuse, trauma, pain, and one recurring motif is the representation of poison. She sees jealousy, greed, abuse, hate as forms of toxicity that have caused her suffering, and they're often symbolized through mosquitoes, excrement, and pests. In this work titled There is Love and Hate in the World, this represents her getting scolded and insulted at the hands of her crooked and venomous people around her. The blue hand in the sky represents larger society. She told me that the floating mouth with the ciggy is her bully. And the baby hand and the mother hand represents our love and the care that is so needed so that life can grow. And finally, in the containers of the soup and rice in the left-hand corner, there is a speech bubble that is apparently what I said to my mother as a kid. It means to serve them shit and piss. And in other words, I told her to yell back and stand up against those who verbally abused her. Another theme is nostalgia, the longing for a simpler past of her youth in Mao's China. Some images serve to strengthen her Chinese identity and attachment to Chinese culture, and to me they reflect her estranged and somewhat surreal relationship to this mythical place that she calls her motherland. Propaganda and fiction are also dominant themes occurring in the construction of her narrative identity. Her drawings of certain events as idyllic contrast so starkly with my memory of the past as a far darker place. But as challenging as it has for me to understand some of her drawings, they've managed to bridge some of our language barriers. So in this poignant way, her images have become a new mode of communicating for us, translating and mending the gaps of language, culture, and subjectivity. Within art therapy, images offer an effective communication tool in moments when written or verbal language ceases to connect and express. And in art therapy, images are used to communicate and heal. And as such, they're seen to be medicinal, therapeutic, and spiritual. In the Western history, art and medicine were once one thing. So my question was, why is art therapy divorced from formal art and design education, seen as separate and less valued in the realm of contemporary art and design world? And in this project with my mother, we see this process of her drawing and me writing as a form of graphic medicine. And in this interview I did with my mother for non-native native fair held in Rotterdam this year, my mother tells about how she's able to release her emotion through this process of drawing. And I'll just play a little fragment. And in this fragment, you can see the way we communicate and the ruptured, fragmented kind of dynamic. Oh.
small achievement 就做一出手工啊，你会enjoy 这些啊。
Oh, after make these drawings and let out your emotions will be released, how do you feel after the drawing?
Feel is more enjoy the life and more 有看到希望 is more hope 看到希望 and more further 那个enjoy more life feel happy
希望嘅咩意思啊？
希望就 hope 那 hopeless 就 hopeless 就冇希望，你有希望就 hope 就有希望 yeah
就當 after to make these drawings, after you make these drawings, you more hope in your life, kasi?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's great.
Yeah.
And
more confident.
More confident how?
Confident is that我有变用这些 skill 来 explain my motion 了就了解。人又会共鸣啊，人睇了那我也是这些了，就人就好enjoy这个。
共鸣係咩啊？
真的啊？
共鳴咩意思？
伊也有这些呀，跟他伊妈媽去這個隔壁厝邊人，睇了伊就伊答我也這些呀。
Okay. 共鳴 understanding。
understanding 你當時咱講咱共鳴就咱伊也有這些，咱也這些，你就睇了就好 enjoy 那個超好死。
empathy 嗰時 empathy 共鳴。
共鳴。
Let me do empathy 嗰時共情。嗰時共鳴 is the same as 共情。Is it the same?
共鳴媽媽我等下記 Ata. Ikaw, di ba?
Resonance.
Ah.
Oh, yes. Resonance. Oh,
So, yes, that makes up the majority of our conversation, trying to understand each other through Google Translate. And before Google Translate, we just got angry at each other. So, so I see mending not only as a family business, but an embodied heirloom passed down from my mother, and now I'm trying to turn it into a critical tool and a healing instrument. I've written more about this in an essay featured in the Situationer workbook published by the William de Koning and the publication studio. So yeah, what I wanted to say about mending is that through this process, I have developed some methods that I have called stitches, in keeping with the analogy of textile and mending. So I'd like to share some of these mending approaches, or some intergenerational mending approaches, techniques, stitches, if you will, that I've been practicing within this project. So from intellectualizing to listening, from being on the outside to stepping on the inside. During this process, I've been grappling with finding ways to talk and write about her. And as an artistic researcher embedded in Western art and design institutional traditions, my default approach was to intellectually justify my mother's intentions. I thought that by writing about her life and conditions, I was giving context to understand, accept, and appreciate her. But in the beginning, I objectified her. I took away her voice and replaced it with mine. Turned it into a study object for audiences in the West to pity, humanize, and validate. It all came from a place of protection, but I realized that I had done that, and I had been doing that to myself too. I had used my own armor on her, and it was ill-fitting. It didn't feel right for neither of us. On top of that, I was struggling with deep resentment and anger towards her that were triggered by some of her drawings. And after many months of discomfort, I became conscious of the fact that I had harbored deep feelings of abandonment, neglect, and rejection, which manifested obviously as a child and evidently as an adult. So there were many things and there were many moments that I wanted to give up unless she was willing to recognize what I was going through. And I began this project thinking I should mend us and mend her. But because me as a daughter, as a Chinese daughter, you feel like you have to put in the effort. But in fact, I realized that I needed her to also witness me and to mend me. More than I thought, actually. So many times we fought over her more politically charged imagery. I saw her depiction of China-US rival as a regurgitation of Cold War rhetoric, a simplistic narrative of victim-perpetrator, and I was angry that she saw China as a completely innocent party and the US as completely responsible for all the evils of the world. And there was no I thought there was no complexity in her narrative, and so coupled with my unresolved emotions towards her, I met her with antagonistic confrontation of wanting to dismiss her worldview. Needless to say, it didn't work because I wanted to tear it down without fully understanding how that world was built. And so there were many months of silence, and it was obviously hurting me. And so I really had to get creative in finding a way to enter her world. And in order for me to let her see my world, I had to step into her world. So simply saying that it was wrong was not working because I wasn't listening. And it took me a while, but I had arrived at the idea of stepping into her world, into her arena, into her stories. And through this way, I thought of this kind of image in my mind as immersion, and immersion as deep listening. So what I mean by immersion is I started to simply interview my mother about each of her drawings, and the process felt like we were jumping into her drawings where they had become glowing portals into the past, into another dimension, just like the science fiction TV shows I grew up with. Surrendering to her stories and retelling of the past felt like plugging into another world, just like the movie The Matrix. We leapt into places we had never traversed before, and it was illuminating. There are many reasons why we hadn't visited, but an obvious reason is we couldn't reach these places through plain conversation, as our language and written communication is a path of treacherous mistranslation and misinterpretation. We needed all the means and modes of communication available to us: image, words, gestures, translation software to help us get there. So in the process of immersing into her drawings, I understand this practice as deep listening or mind traveling. And to avoid judgment and preconceptions of the other in order to be present and engaged with the other. And so through this project, I kind of took to storytelling rather than writing about her as a factual report, let's say. So we tell stories about ourselves. We tell each other stories about each other all the time. Our stories are conspiratorial in this sense. They try to make sense of our loved ones in the world, in the way to protect our vanity, our sense of worth, our dignity, but they also trap the other in stories of them, and they become characters in the stories we make up for them. Every gesture is judged and condemned, and to a certain degree, stories have cursed and saved my family. However, because I'm a product of a conspiracy, my stories are naturally conspiratorial. Of course, I construct these stories about my family as my families have made up stories about me too. And in thinking about Trinh Minh Ha's idea of speaking nearby instead of speaking for, to give space for interpretation, to not lock and project my bias as her truth and objectify it as an intellectual object of study. Storytelling helps me immerse into her terms: world, fantasy, language. Storytelling allows me to get a peek into the world and see it as my own construct without confusing it for a totalizing image of my mother. Navel expanding and intergenerational self. Again, to think along Trinh Minh Ha, she uses the phrase navel gazing and navel erasing to talk about different ways of using the I position. She uses these terms to describe how third world feminist writers struggle to find a balance between inscribing their experiences to create visibility of their kind without indulging in naive whining and remaining silent, which is itself a form of annihilation for perspectives that are already on the margins. So allow me to think through these vivid terms within my own context. I would like to make the distinction between the I that takes up space, navel gazing, and the I that relates to other eyes as a way to share space, which I call navel expanding. To completely remove the I of Western objective academia is to pretend not to take up space while very much doing so. This is a form of feigned or institutional navel erasing. If marginalized folk often experience navel erasing when their eyes are neglected and not cared for, the navel expanding position might be understood as a feminist practice of amplifying other voices. I attribute bell hooks, Trinh Minh Ha, and Uzma Rizvi, South Indian sociologists and archaeologists, for encouraging me and teaching me navel expanding practices, one that might be able to mend practices of navel gazing. So this research began with myself, but just as my umbilical cord connects me to my mother and hers to her mother, this practice that I call navel expanding hopes to connect me to that of my ancestors. So in my research in intergenerational trauma, in second generational Chinese diaspora, I learned of this Chinese concept called Da Wo, which means great self. where the self is understood to include one's family and is inherited from one's ancestors. So I feel that in that sense, navel expanding and Dawo are related. Within this research, I've also been reading, as I mentioned, on intergenerational trauma, especially in second generation Chinese diaspora, and it has been revelatory. So during this process, it's given me the tools to understand the historical, the social, the political context that has informed my mother's worldview, and by extension, how and why she had made her drawings, and suddenly the mistrust, the paranoia, the victim-perpetrator narrative of global politics, but also her personal relationships made sense. She had always somebody to blame. More painfully in doing this work, I've also had to confront these traits in myself. Trauma is further perpetuated by silence. What complicates this is a cultural understanding of silence within a Chinese context. On one hand, it is enmeshed in trauma, memory, censorship, but also in spiritual practices. So while in the West, silence is generally associated with oppression and not speaking up, cultures where Buddhism is deeply embedded, the role of silence has different layers of cultural value and meaning. And so in doing this work, the figure of the ghost has also come into my practice, guiding me to new places. And in intergenerational trauma studies, the figure of the ghost has been used as a concept and metaphor to talk about what is invisible and silent, but still affecting, structuring, and haunting the generations after. So I've always had this cruel inner voice, as I guess many of us do, and I've given her a name. Her name is Ursula. And during this process of storytelling, I began to see potential in this figure to help me uncover the past, that this figure could assist my attempts at navel expanding and trace the memories of the intergenerational self. And so by doing this, I see this ghost as a taskmaster, reminding me that the work of intergenerational mending is still needed. And because Ursula lives within me and my ancestors, she can help me understand what happened before my time. And by writing through the ghost, writing as the ghost, I attempt to embody ghost writing. In August, I had my first opportunity to show physical traces of this collaboration with my mother, a moment to materialize all of these methods, ideas, and drawings. And so for this occasion, we published one of my mother's drawings, the one titled There is Love and Hate, together with a story I wrote based on our conversation around this particular image, and the work is addressed to Ursula. They're published in the form of spectral garments, life-size Yoss paper, clothes designed to communicate with our familial ghosts, updating them about our messy attempts to mend our earthly ruptures of migration, distance, time, culture. So Yoss paper, I'm not sure if you know what that is, but it's also known as spirit paper or ghost paper, and they're paper offerings that are burned in Asian ancestral worship rituals. The ritual can be seen as the continued practice of filial piety, where the relatives have passed into the spirit world, a gesture of care expressed in the burning of paper money and replicas of luxury goods to ensure the material comfort of deceased relatives. And so Yoss paper is the messenger between the living and the dead, a signal between the past, present, and future. And I've come to reframe this cultural practice for myself as a form of spectral publishing, ways in which I attempt to speak to my familial ghosts that have passed down their ancestral wounding. And spectral publishing for me is a way for me to speak to the unconscious and the spiritual part of me, allowing me to tap into the very past, present, and future, and allow me to speak to both mortal and immortal audiences alike. So on the finissage, oh, this is a letter, and this is the work that is upstairs in the exhibition at the moment. I couldn't show everything, but this is the heart and soul of the work. So on the finissage, paper replicas of the work were ritualistically burned on the auspicious day of the Western calendar of Halloween. which is also a day where the dead come and live with us. So I invited people to write a letter to their ancestors to open up a highly personal experience into something that we could collectively engage with. And we began the contemplative session by collectively chanting a prayer before sending our letters into the fire-induced celestial postbox. Soon, the paper replicas of Dear Ursula lit up the work. They lit up as they were also burnt. And so I designed the replicas as a double-sided A2 poster that also folds into a scene, making the work available to fulfill its destiny, which is reaching mortal and immortal audiences alike. So I see this installation as the first chapter of a series of 8. These spectral garments are sites of experimentation in which embodied publishing, spectral publishing, navel expanding, and ghostwriting are performed. These are some of the zines, which are also upstairs, paper replicas. So I have also managed, how much time have we got? Okay, so I'm gonna quickly wrap up. So I've been also working on this research website. It's not live yet, but I would like to show you a little prototype. So on one hand, it is a research that I've deemed as research, which is deemed as affective labor, and there's also a shop element, which is financial labor. And I'll speak a little bit about why this is kind of categorized in this way. So the twofold website is based on the Chowpi, which is a remittance letter and its network set up by 19th and 20th century in the 19th and 20th century by overseas Chinese communities in order to economically support their family back home in China. It was a combination of family correspondence and remittance. On one hand, a gesture of effective labor, and on the other hand, a gesture of financial support. It was an infrastructure that enabled the circulation of emotional care as well as material support. Letters are now a part of the UNESCO Memory of the World Register and is archived in my family's hometown, actually in Shantou, China. So drawing from this alternative support infrastructure built by early Chinese diaspora, the project is designed with this reference in mind in thinking about caring for others who are not physically close, a question that is rendered radically urgent in the wake of the current global health crisis. So I just want to show you again the website. It's very much in a prototype mode. It's not finished, but I just wanted to explain a little bit about how I kind of structured and designed this website. So borrowing from the world of textile, I see this process and website as a sampler. So here, if you hover over it, the overview becomes a sampler of intergenerational mending, a surface not only to place my mother's drawings, interviews, reflections, but also a place to record how these things are done. So in the world of textile, a sampler is a piece of cloth that is something that records different stitches and techniques for personal reference, such as it's very much like a glossary in a certain way. And so my mother's drawings are referred to as graphic medicine. The stitches are methods. So here you can, my mom's drawings as graphic medicine, stitches or methods as stitches, motifs as topics, chi flow as publishing, family album as archive, and well, references is references. I haven't found a funny name for it. If you do, let me know. So it's an ongoing project which I will continue to work on when I return back to Sydney next year. Hopefully the borders are open. And so in the meantime, my mother and I have covered so much ground, so much more than I can tell you in this very brief time. But for now, all I can say is that we've peeled off many years and many layers of weight, and now I'm left with a very light and warm feeling. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Amy. Where to begin? It's like, where did you begin with your mother in terms of unpeeling all of these layers? I'm sure it was very difficult to find a place to start. But one thing I wanted to ask you, and of course, if anyone here would like to ask a question, just shoot your hand up at any point, was about the, you display a lot of incredible self-awareness and also awareness of the impact of intergenerational trauma in your family, and really a strong, incredible, using all these methods to communicate with your mother. Do you see this as something, as a model that other people could also use as a kind of, to take your tools and kind of also use them to heal their family's trauma? Or do you see it more as discrete to something that you're working on in your own family?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I've struggled a lot with this question a lot, and I think being in the position as an educator working across various different art schools, of course, this question of method and tools often come up, because I think my process is, of course, unique to my specific context and my family's specific history, and I'm sure everyone has their specific and very kind of unique situations. But what I can, and that's the thing, I think that's the reason why I created such a website, to not talk about specific context, but to talk about, let's say, methods and tools. And I think this is something for myself to kind of keep note, and almost like a kind of journal, research diary. But yeah, I guess if people find it useful, I'm more than happy to have put this out in the world. But I don't have this idea that this can solve or issues.
No, but I mean, it's incredible. This, just listening to you speak about it really planted in my mind, like, well, I've never tried drawing with my parents. You know what I mean? Like, I've never tried to communicate in a way that's outside of certain norms. So you break down these norms of how parents and children communicate, which is really important. And your mother's drawings are incredible. They're really evocative and emotionally powerful. What was her lead up to this, her training or her development as an artist?
Yeah, so my parents are both artists so this image is them, actually it's my mother. But here we go. Look, that's my mother. They were both artists in China. So my mother has a
formal
fine art background, but she didn't engage with it for many years when she was in Australia as an immigrant, because obviously she had to take up other work. And having many conversations with her, she had recently told me a story about how maybe she wasn't very present emotionally, but in my childhood, but what she did always try to impart was her craft, her drawing, her making. And this is something that I remember very, very early on in my childhood, that's something that if I did that, I would get my mother's attention. It was a place where I could feel seen and heard, and that we could connect. So doing this project is essentially going back to that time, but with more awareness.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. The first things that you showed, the repaired, the backpacks and the repaired materials. It's we talk about sometimes in the world of digital cultures, we talk about making is thinking. But as I was looking at those images, I was thinking making is also feeling, and that's something that we is perhaps underexplored or underacknowledged. And
absolutely, yeah, that's a really good point. And in this project, it's really confirmed that.
Yeah, wonderful. Anyone with any last thoughts? Yes, we have a question in the middle here. Just ask and I'll repeat it.
So this mending process created this conversation between you and your mother.
Mhm.
But I was curious about if this evoked any understanding in your mom's mind to understand her ancestors, like her traumas before you.
Yeah.
So the question is that you used mending to communicate with your mother, and did your mother, was she then inspired to kind of think back to traumas in her past?
Absolutely. So I brought up this idea of intergenerational trauma to my mum. So I've been sharing my research to her as well, and trying to explain to her in terms that she can understand. And although she doesn't necessarily understand this technical scientific term, she does very much understand the concept. And in fact, when I was trying to give examples, she actually gave me her own example, which was the example of the Australian Indigenous First Nation people. She says I think it's also, I've written it also in the story upstairs, but she reflected upon that the British had colonized Australia. And because of that first violence, a lot of the communities are still fractured and still very much suffering from that first violence. So she was able to put it in context in that sense. And it actually really surprised me. So she doesn't have the language necessarily, but she understands deeply. Yeah. And in that sense, I think by me sharing my research, she's able to connect the dots. And it's an ongoing conversation. It's coming back and I suppose it starts off with like, oh, interesting, and then the next time we speak, she's like linking it, and then and drawing her own conclusions, and I could feel that she's become more at peace with her family problems. Yeah.
Great, thanks so much, Amy. Let's have a round of applause. So now our last presentation before the lunch break is Jeroen Kramer, who was invited by Design Lab Rietveld. So welcome, Jeroen. Escape out of here. And oops. I trust you can find your way around. No? Don't trust? Okay.
I want to empty the chair first.
Oh, he's going to empty the chair and sit in the chair. Do you want me to VJ your presentation then? Oh, great. Okay. It's been 25 years since I've been a VJ anywhere. Yeah. Okay. Looks like it works. Is that how you want to start? No.
Yeah, actually, it has to start when I start, I would say, but it automatically starts, right?
Oh, it goes. Oh.
Can we stop it until I start?
Yes.
Yes.
So I think we can just escape, right? And then I'll press start when it. Where's the slide number 1? Okay. I'm ready. Well, it's just one button, VJ. The one button VJ.
This works, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you that you're still around. I do realize that it's a long day and we're just on 1/3 or less. I thought I'd bring this chair that is already for a while in my offices. It's a gift from a former student who made actually 3 copies of it. One in neon, one in original colors, and one in Rietveld gray. I use a chair a lot. It's like the typical archetypical Rietveld chair. Rietveld mentioned it as sitting is a verb, and it is in this chair, but I realized just above there that sitting here in the auditorium is even worse or more a verb. So I appreciate that you're around. I'll keep the story hopefully short, at least within 20 minutes. That's also why I asked this slideshow to start like this. Okay. The entropic city of my imagination. My short-term artistic research project turned into a massive, phenomenal, overwhelming, and at the same time comfortable state of being lost. In my research, I unconsciously or consciously, I'm not sure yet, got lost in the infinite and timeless possibilities and temptations of imagining the invisible, exploring and visualizing a dreamed, desired, and deconstructive, imaginative city. The search for this city, this fascinating construct, became an eclectic and obsessive exploration of utopian vision goes from the past and all the micro and macro future cities that surround us. A kaleidoscopic search for the constructed architectural and spatial images and volumes, fantasy cities that are omnipresent in our daily life and inhabit our collective memories and desires. By studying, mixing, and re-editing the historical city and planning maps of Amsterdam, reading historical anecdotes about this specific monumental, complicated, layered, and intriguing city, and by making my daily personal entropic lockdown sketches, I explored and tested the visual possibilities of creating a non-existing city map and reconstructed cityscapes as models for thinking, learning, and creating new realities. My ambitious hypothesis to document, archive, and organize the endless city of deconstructed dreams and desires transformed throughout this almost 1.5-year project into a new reality. An overall quest for the elementary building blocks and particles that together could create and build the ultimate imaginary and envisioned city of my dreams. The more elements I collected, the clearer it became that this invisible city is all over the place. But at the same time, it's so elusive and untouchable that it's impossible to get a complete overview or insight of it. To frame and structure this was clearly comparable with Icarus Flight. This mythical city that I have been investigating manifested almost Icarus Flight. This mythical city that I have been investigating manifested itself throughout my research as a seductive, directive, and clearly and deliberately misleading hyperbody that seems to float in time and space, an autonomous entity that knows precisely how to move around into space-time. It turned into a hyperbody that, as a rhizomic, non-ordered structure, changed appearance and content all the time. To start seeing this ambiguous city as an elastic time machine allowed me to move more freely, unstable, and intuitively between my own architectural dreams and spatial desires, and all the other fantastic or dreadful envisioned futures of those who've been here and there before. Collecting images and notes about dystopian and utopian cities, studying on various visions on the ideal city from mixed and entangled perspectives, reading about time and space in parallel with this visual graphic research opened up for me a magical, metaphysical, and alchemistic layer of thinking and making, a source that I embraced with both hands. As a result of this embracement, getting lost in archives, quantum physics, and the knowledge of contemporary Amsterdam realities, this whole process of development became a more fearless exercise of falling and floating in an elastic mode for endless imagination, fantasies, histories, visions of the future, and of the undefined and ultimate space that stage our lives. By seeing the city as a permanent information carrier, a transmitter and data center with countless enter and exit points in data representation and interpretation, I've been able to use my research and collected materials in various forms and at different times within my teaching over the last year. The images, ideologies, and envisioned models turned out to be inspiring fire starters, almost logical fundamental starting points, assignment material, and pieces for conversations within the curriculum of the Design Lab department. The further development of my educational map for the Academy and the art education that I already started working on before this research got extra visual elements and conceptual content layers within its design and future use. Recently, I started conversations with the new basic year students about the idea and the possibilities of how an ideal academy can be envisioned, visualized, and realized. For this talk, the infinite source of images, spatial ideologies and scenarios, ideas and perspectives on ideal cities have proven to be very helpful, illustrative, and inspiring. All the loose visual elements that I've collected and put in my folders follow the entropic tendency to move away from each other again and again and again. All the collected material follows this scientific law to divide itself into smaller particles and generate new alternative perspectives. They create a seemingly chaotic entity in which all the parts permanently relate differently to each other and towards my original research question. This entropic collection turned into a living and active archive to be used in my daily teaching and working practice. An image system that seems to follow its own uncontrolled logic and unpredictable patterns. An archive as a fluid transformative map and thinking model, as a non-ordered collection of imagination that generates possibilities to recreate the representation and interpretation of ideas, models, and structures of our space-time from various perspectives, and to be used differently every time again and again and again. As a temporary update or outcome of this never-ending research, I present a wall of images as a scaled-up drawing board. A billboard that invites the spectator to create their own imagined city with the elements out of my visual archive and drawings. The large black and white drawing of the Pantarij city, the city that flows, is a composed detail of many more images I made based on my lockdown walks through the city of Amsterdam. These sketches form a surface without beginning or end, a texture and initial layout of a scaleless city. The lines are temporarily fixed movements of the elementary particles that create the imaginative hyperobject formerly known as the city. Over this floating map, metaphysical images out of the arts and science give the viewer a few small hints, some essential visual support and guidance out of our collective memory, just to make sure that you're not getting lost before you start. My installation is a selected assemblage of all that is in the folders that are attached in the front of the wall. The wall is actually a bridge between past, present, and future. The whole installation can be seen and used as an incomplete manual to and reconstruct the personal imagination, to entangle the physical and mental space around us into a library of matter, images, ideas, forms, and anecdotes. Entropic City is an entity that functions as an essential time machine to explore the city, as a personal transmitter, a transformer and disruptor of universal elements and personal senses. I sincerely hope that this intermediate spatial conclusion will be used as an alternative design tool without instructions, as an unpredictable city planning device with unexpected imaginary and entropic outcomes. The installation is a wall to wander and wander around in your mind and out there into the wild. It's an entangled visual framework that constantly can be morphed within a Cartesian matrix of dreams, desires, and the unknown. Just choose your position and ambition. As a kaleidoscopic installation, it allows the visitor to move freely, but not unconditionally, between the immeasurable everything and the elementary particles that construct our perception of reality. The outcome of my research, for now, is a metaphysical laboratory of images, sketches, and archiving, an uncontrolled vortex of city energy. It's a modest, humble view into the past and future. The imaginary city as a particle accelerator for our imagination, an alternative scenario for the ultimate place to get lost. Thank you.
It's still running. Are you going to stay down there? No.
I will stand up.
You're going to come up here At a higher altitude. Okay, very good.
Here we go.
There we go. The requisite mic adjusting in between. Thanks for your presentation. And I wanted to, of course, welcome the audience to jump in at any time. But I wanted to reflect back to you that you called this project a teaching tool, a manual, a time machine. You used many different words to describe it. And it sounds like it's at a stage where it has more steps to evolve. And what are those steps exactly? Because I think it's really interesting to see where it could go and where it could perhaps absorb. You did archival research, but could absorb perhaps contributions from other artists or designers. What are your thoughts on all of that?
Well, that's a layered question as well, right?
It is.
Let me see. So what I experienced the last year by doing this research here on location, what was privileged in the way in the moment of lockdowns, I had the possibility to have my own space that I also had to use as head of department, of course, with talks with students, and then by putting the research on the wall, making it visible, having it there all the time. Not only for myself, but also for the visitors to be visible and to react on, gave an enormous extra input and suggestions that normally in your own studio you won't get automatically. So that was definitely something that I think is very good to bring it also back in the academy, like a wall of references, a wall of inspiration, a wall of whatever. It doesn't have to be about arts or design, can be about everything. But what you see often in artist studios often is not present in education. And there is a danger that showing that students can get lazy or think, oh, I have to follow this track or that track. My experience was that it's not at all like that. It starts the conversation and they bring in their own elements and their own images. So yes, one of the things is that I would definitely like to bring it back in the building as a whole. The wall itself now is a sort of conclusion about that, or a sort of hint and suggestion for others to do it as well, as far as they don't do it, of course, because a lot of artist designers have, of course, the tendency to make their own archive and their own folder system. So it's not unique, it's not new. It is unique because it's made by me and not by you or the others. And that's also something that I like to give to the students and to the education, that taking it out of the computer and bringing it in the folder, have it physically on the wall or physically in front of you, it creates a different process than when it's organized in a folder in a laptop or on Google. So making it a bit more analog again, and also select all the time empowers, I think, the students in their way of working.
It creates a different relationship, definitely. Yeah.
And but you also asked, like, if I'm interested in bringing other artist designer elements in it.
Yeah.
But I think I do already.
But I mean, like to specifically invite on an ongoing basis or expand it. You could expand it, let's say. So I see there was a lot of images from the archives and things like that. But there are potentially other structures, but it's maybe not of interest to you.
Now, well, of course it is, because otherwise I wouldn't use already the footage and material that I use now. So yes, open invitation. Please bring in some stuff, guys. We have some beautiful stories here. I saw already 2 beautiful projects that are definitely interesting, and that also play with the past, present, and future, the imagination, and the tool of the power of imagination, actually. And I think what I also explored and found really interesting in this process, and also in relation to our education now, is that the metaphysical element, the alchemist element, that was, I would say, way more natural and logical in the art context, has been a bit like in modernity, like drift away from the art institutions. And it has the cliche, of course, that it becomes a bit fake or a bit arty-farty, or a bit like, in Dutch you would say zweverig. What is that? Like zweverig? Huh? bit floaty. Yeah,
Vague. Yeah.
a bit vague.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that in the power of the alchemist, a more metaphysical curiosity is a very powerful tool to just make art and design even more layered and interesting. And not always from the personal, from the maker themselves, but from a bigger perspective or from a micro perspective. And I think there science and metaphysica has an enormous potential to get back into the education.
Yeah. Do you want to comment also a little bit on the idea of scale? So we talked about, you see the real difference between digital files on a computer and then analog prints that are visible and tactile. And then, of course, you're talking about cities and you're taking 3D spaces and flattening them into 2D renderings, and there's this kind of movement between these two elements as well. So how much, does that interest you, that idea of play between the three-dimensionality of physical space and the city and the experience of walking the city, and then condensing it down into these very layered images? That this is clearly something that interests you. Maybe you can tell a little bit more about it.
No, like the idea of the map and the city is that it's sort of organized system, right? There is like, it's almost like if you understand the map, you understand the city, and then walking around, you completely don't understand it if you're really open for the information that is given there. And that's a bit also when you play with scale, that you can do that, the same effect, can create the same effect, is that you're never sure if it's a zoom in or zoomed out, and if it's the confusion and the not knowing is like, I would say, one of the drives for creation, and especially also to really understand or start understanding a city. And at the same time, you never want to understand it completely. I didn't mention it, but the book that motivated me to do this research, actually I read like more than 20 years ago, is The Invisible Cities of Calvino. And of course, there is a big structure behind it. It also refers to existing elements, but it is in the end completely fantasy or completely reality. And then that's something to play with, that I really appreciate, and that I really would like to get in my work as well. Yeah. And that I also would like to give to the students as an option to choose from, instead of having a program or a brief and then like just follow the trajectory or the envisioned end goal, but that you really get lost. And that getting lost is what you can do at an art academy. Ideal-wise also afterwards in your practice, but at least as long as you study, you should be very lost once in a while or a lot.
Great. All right. Well, maybe it's time for us to get lost a little bit and head outside, get some fresh air. It's time for our first break. So thank you, Jeroen.
Thank you.
And we return here at 1 o'clock. So see you soon. They're providing lunch. Isn't that nice?
We can't get lost.
Very kind. No, sorry. It's just a metaphor in this case. But now I'm really keen to see the exhibition. I haven't yet. No, I just thought we were sitting up in here.
My talk is, especially the second part, is more about the object itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it would be nice to
Yeah.
can go upstairs, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah, but I think I like this very much. This idea that looking at the city in different ways. There's like a lot of really nice work being done in Utrecht with the urban design. You know them? Yeah,
No, not that well.
Yeah.
I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's really cool. They talk about like urban imaginaries, and like, I think this really fits in. Like you're doing it from a very artistic side, and they're just doing a hardcore, very serious papers.
Because we need each other to make efficient outcomes.
Yeah.
Not efficient, but like relevant reality outcomes.
They really need me. I know they're really interested in creative process is that they know they can't do it themselves, right? They know that, you
You
know.
have to know what you don't know.
You have to know what you don't know.
The more you find out what you don't know, the more empowered you also to look around what you can take in from
Yes,
others.
yeah.
But that's a complicated thing because we are trained that we should all get all the information as an individual, and then, I mean, it's a professional way, but if children in high schools, they still learn in that way.
In that way,
That you're the only data processor that needs to get everything in and then spits everything out, and of course that's an illusion. That's not gonna work.
Can't be. Yeah.
But nah, it is. Yeah, it is nice that we check out what I did with the forms, because it is also sort of it exploded in a way, the browsing. I mean, you've been at one of the I recognize your face from the Zoom, right? So I think you got a little hint already. Was it
Last year, yeah.
Was it the fellowship? Was it the fellowship?
Yeah. We're on the Zoom too.
Yeah, but then you didn't see any.
Yeah. No, yeah. Because last year was completely. So weird.
It makes sense to have it together.
Yeah.
Not only have like online or only the talks, but also have the show.
Absolutely.
So many of us are makers.
Yeah. Of course.
No, you, I need to speak to you.
Oh, you need to be. Oh, sorry.
But that's fine.
It's okay. Right. Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Let's look at the schedule. It's like the schedule was changed a few times. So Nina is not presenting, and then Marie, well, she's scheduled at 8:40. Do the movement groups. Oh, okay. You're doing this group. Okay, thank you for telling me. Yeah. No, that's good. I will double check with Ava. Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah. Yeah. Zoom, yeah. He's a Zoom, yeah. Okay, great. Okay. Sure, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, let's see like how it goes and like who's here, because then we can kind of maybe if they're like clustered up, we can get them down a little bit or move things around. Yeah, like the mics. I mean, they're
One thing I'm curious about is if they're just handheld, because people were making a lot of sound. But if they're just handheld, it's
yeah.
They're
They're a bit noisy, but it's not that bad. Yeah. This one I think is also turned up way too high. But yeah, it's yeah. So however you.
into you. I'm so into you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so into you. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I care for you. I really do. I'm so into you. I don't know. Move you.
There. This one on? Is this thing on? Yes, it is. Great. Okay, so we're going to just 2 minutes for everyone to come back inside and get settled, and if people want to sit down, and then we'll get started. 2 minutes or 30 seconds, whatever it takes. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome back to the second half of our symposium. And this afternoon, we're going to kick off with Derrais Carter, who was invited by the Fine Art Department of Sandberg. Derrais, the floor is yours.
Can y'all hear me? All right. I might tilt this a little bit. All right. How's that? Sorry? All the way in the back? All right, cool. So I am a lush, a heathen, and a hussy. But I grew up in a Baptist church. And so one of the things that I took from the church is if you're going to talk after people eat, make it short and make it good. And so I'm going to try to make it short and make it good. Thank y'all for being here and kicking it. We're just going to like geek out for a little bit about a painting that I have been obsessed with since I was about 4 years old. But before I jump into this delightful little PowerPoint, I just want to play an excerpt from one of the radio broadcasts that I did. Cool? All right, dig it. All right. And I'm going to warn you now, I have a favor to ask of all of you at the very end, okay? I think it's going to be delightful.
I'm so into you. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah. I'm so into you. I'm so into you. I don't know. I don't know. I'm so into you. I'm so into you. Don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm so into you. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I care for you. I really do. I'm so into you.
Ride with me. We're going to keep going.
So this Black Revelry Quiet Storm broadcast series emerges from this relationship I have with this painting called Sugar Shack by Ernie Barnes. This piece, if you can, look it up now, look it up tomorrow. If you know it, conjure it in your mind. There's something about this scene, the way that all these Black folk have gathered in this space to like listen to Big Daddy Rucker and his band and just like really get in, right? There's so many folks that are like stretched out, right? Eyes closed, heads tilted back. This kind of collective, ecstatic experience that I appreciate so much. Whenever I look at the painting, I try to take details, right? These moments to really just kind of linger in. And there's one where if you look right in front of the stage, in the foreground of the painting, there's this guy, this Black dude. He's sitting down, he's in all blue with this sad looking blue hat. And it's heavy. His presence is so heavy and so dour. And when I sit with that particular detail with this guy in the painting, I try to envision what song might be playing in his head. And most times the song is this.
I miss you, baby. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there. I try to begin with that moment because at times I can be deeply, deeply sad sack and melancholic. I like to brood. I wear a whole lot of black. I run hot very quickly, so I'm constantly wiping my head, right? But there's something about this painting. We'll go back to it. There's something about this painting, Sugar Shack, that I just can't shake, right? There's something about it that makes me want to constantly, oh, it'll be back momentarily. There's something about it that makes me want to be in that world. It makes me want to inhabit the space, this nice little building tucked away in Durham, North Carolina, this armory where Black folk would go and dance. The artist who painted it, Ernie Barnes, snuck into the armory, and he snuck into it when he was a kid, and he was fixated, fascinated by and with this woman dancing in a yellow dress. Years later, after he played pro football and then became a painter, that yellow dress, that woman would be an anchor for him when he returned to this space. To me, there's something so beautiful about the way that these bodies are both curved and deeply linear. Right? There is a piece of the project Black Revelry that features, if you all see over here to the left, homegirl in the red dress. We all see her, right? Yes? Okay, cool. I'm big on recognition, okay? So y'all, go down to the midsection, right where her hips are pressing back into the guy standing behind her. It's a press and a swirl of a moment, right? Like that moment, that detail becomes so beautiful and so vibrant to me. There are all of these moments throughout this painting. It's this world of all of these damn vignettes that I just love and love and love. And so with Black Revelry, I wanted to pay tribute to Ernie Barnes's work, particularly this painting. As an academic, I was trained to argue. As an artist, I ain't arguing about shit. Like, I ain't doing it. And even as an academic, I'm not gonna make an argument about the worth of this painting, about the worth of this particular piece, in part because I already know it's valuable. I know it's valuable not because of what galleries have displayed it, not because of what museums have been interested in it. I know it's valuable because I've seen so many reproductions of it over the years, over easily 30 years. You know I look 22, but I'm not. Okay, so over 30 years, I've seen versions of this painting pop up over and over and over. So it emerges in the early to mid 1970s, right? There's a version that Marvin Gaye has on his 1976 album, I Want You, right? And even in this version, it's personalized, right? So it features this banner at the top, notes Marvin Gaye, but also WMPG, W Marvin Pence Gay Radio. So there are these ways that Barnes folds, right, Marvin Gaye and his own imagination into the world of this painting. But then you can also see versions of Sugar Shack on the Camp Lo album for Uptown Saturday Night, which is deeply informed by 1970s blaxploitation aesthetic. You could see contemporary painters like Frank Morrison and another Ernie. I forget his last name because I care so much about Ernie Barnes. Everybody else was like, he's the only Ernie I'm willing to recognize. But for me, there's something about the fact, or something to the fact, that so many Black folk live with reproductions of this painting. It wasn't until 2019 that I saw, we'll say, an original, because there's so many damn versions. There's like one that's on Velvet. It's online. If anybody wants to buy me that, I can send you my address. We can talk about it. Birthday's in August. I'm a Leo. But to me, there's something so compelling about the art that people decide to live with. Seeing this piece, encountering this piece as reproductions, as prints in basements, in dens, dorm rooms, right, plastered to the wall. It's one of those images we might not necessarily know the story behind it. We might not even be able to fully articulate what it is that we feel when we engage it, but I'll be damned if it ain't everywhere across generations, right? It feels like an heirloom of some sort that we all get to share and delight in. We get to revel in it. And so with this project, I was part of a really, really wonderful collaboration with the folks at If I Can't Dance, and also fine arts folks here. And I got to give a shout out to Megan, the curator that I've been working with, but also Caroline, right, the book designer, because they have been so damn formidable, dreaming up. It's the truth. I'm not gonna get weepy, not on the live stream. Dreaming up this book album, right? And so here we've got Black Revelry, right? Here we were able to assemble visual artists and also some writers to delight in the world of the Sugar Shack. We asked a number of writers, and I'll give you some of their names. We asked them to generate these short ekphrastic texts that take a detail from the painting and then render it. We also asked them to pair that piece of writing with a cocktail and a song, right? So for us, it was important, for me anyway, it was important that we think about engaging with various kinds of texts through a discourse of ritual, right? And also display, which are the themes for the commission with If I Can't Dance. And so thinking about this book, this book album, Megan, you got to remind me which one we're going to privilege on social media promotion. To me, it was important that we created an art object that privileges intimacy. It was important that we create an art object that invited people to gather and delight in the sprawl of this book. Okay. How y'all doing so far? All right. Okay, cool. I'm big on feedback. Okay. All right, so show y'all this inner sleeve. That's what you see depicted up here on the screen as well. And so we've got some excerpted material from some radio broadcasts that I did a year ago. So we have 3 wonderful broadcast partners at Reboot, Ya Ya Ya, Nay Nay Nay, and Dub Lab. So Amsterdam, Berlin, and LA. For 3 months, each month I did 1 new mix. Each mix was anchored by a detail and a concept. And so we had gathering, dispersal, that was a good time, and frequency. And with each set, we got to honor another kind of text that is deeply, deeply personal to me, and that's the Quiet Storm radio format. Are any of you familiar with a Quiet Storm radio format? Some? Okay, so imagine there's a radio programming block that centers love and longing. Right? It's the kind of music that you listen to, we'll say about 10, 11 o'clock at night to roughly 3, 4 in the morning. R&B, jazz. It's like, I'm trying to come out with like a really romantic way to talk about it, but I'm also a messy queen. And so all I'm gonna say is this is the kind of music that you go to when you've got too heavy a pour and you're trying to process too much because the world and even at times the intimacy feels like it's overriding all of your energies, right? This is the kind of music that you can lay back in a dark room, hopefully on a day bed if you got one, okay? Put on a caftan, okay? Pour yourself a drink, get in the day bed, get a weighted blanket if you got one too, okay? And then just be there, right? And let the music surround you, right? Growing up, it's not just that I love this painting, it's that I constantly try to envision the kinds of songs that would be played in this space. And because I am the broody person that I am, I'm like, it's likely gonna be some version of Norman Connor's You Are My Starship, or Invitation, or it's gonna be Peebo Bryson, I'm So Into You. We caught the end of it when I played that audio clip. And I think I turned to those songs because I think about these moments in the Sugar Shack where the energy of the night seems to be dying down, but all it's done is shifted frequency, right? Folks are still a little bit tired, but they still want to be pressed up against one another. They still want the press, they still want the swirl. And so these songs to me help generate and reinforce that very idea. And sometimes, especially when we're listening to Quiet Storm Radio alone, you just got to hold yourself. And so with each of these mixes, I wanted to try to do some kind of justice to some of the scenes that I felt were playing out in this painting. And we got to do that over 3 months. And so I want to give you all an idea of who the collaborators are for the project. And so this is a draft. Everything that I'm showing you is a draft. We've got quite a bit of the book done, but this table of contents is a draft. There will be a couple of changes, but I wanted to let you know who's in the project. Okay. So we've got, and I'm not going to show you all the implements or all the pieces here, but we've got a spoken introduction by some guy named Derrais Carter, and it is pressed on vinyl. And so we've got the spoken intro here. If you go to the exhibition, you will see in the corner, you go in, back to the right, a nice little nook, okay, your own little revelry nook. There is a record player, and you can play the spoken introduction. And we've also got, y'all, it's like Caroline did an absurdly beautiful job with these pieces. I'm going to shower you with public praise. It's going to be a whole lot of that, okay? So we've got a liner cut piece, that press and swirl moment. Melanie Stevens created a liner cut relief print based just on that one little detail. DJ scholar Lene Denise. Lene, I respect and admire so much as an artist. And so for her to join the project and to generate a visitors report, but also create her own mix. So all three of the mixes that I have are deeply informed by 1970s and 90s R&B music and soul music. Lene came through like a damn tour de force with this, a whole set of songs, a lot of them from the 80s, by women songwriters, producers, composers, the whole nine. And I'm an 80s baby, but for whatever reason, I skipped that whole damn decade when it comes to like thinking through and feeling with R&B music. But Lene came in and generated not just a beautiful ass piece of writing that uses a detail from another Ernie Barnes piece called Late Night DJ. She filled in, right? She filled in and she expanded what I thought this project could be. And then we've got, okay, so y'all can't really see these, but that's why you got to go upstairs, okay? So we've got these ekphrastic pieces that have details, right? But also have text on the back, right? And so one of the things that we envision with this book is that because it is a sprawl and because it's unbound, you can live with this material. You can frame it, right? You can send it to folks. And if you buy a copy, get 2 or 3, okay? And then like spread them out all over the place. Because again, we like frequency and we like dispersal. But for me, what was so great about this was I got to call upon some writers and just ask them to geek out with me on the page, right? And so the 6 ekphrastic pieces are by Zoe Samudzi, Lamar Jarrell Bruce, Samia Bashir, Taylor Renee Aldridge, and William H. Mosley III, right? Curators, poets, scholars. And for me, it was important that I give them, that I invite them to come play on the page. I didn't want them to be overly serious. I wanted them to find something that really stirred something in their spirit and then just kind of like ride with it. Like Will's, for instance, when Will sent me his piece, I printed it out on a piece of goldenrod cardstock. I poured a glass of Hennessy, and I got in bed, laid on my stomach, and read it. And then I read it again. And then I read it again. I couldn't put it down. And when I talked to Will about it, because he was asking for some feedback, I was like, I don't have shit to say. Like, what could I possibly say? And to me, it was the fact that these folks who trusted me to hold their work means a lot, but it also means a lot that we could make it we could make it so beautiful. With each piece in this book, like, y'all just stay with this for a second. Consider how, right, carving out lines in damn linoleum, right, can bring us into this kind of space. A hip and a hand. And it's like, I seldom think about the brother in the back, right? Because homegirl in the red dress is getting it, right? And it's like, she's planted and her hand is right there. Like there's something, I don't have the words for it, and most times I don't want the words for it. I just want to be in awe of her movements. I want to think about how she's pressing herself into this person, right? She's just extending back. I don't assume that any of the women in this piece are there for the guys. Like, they just lucky to be there. If you hang out with the painting, there is one little detail, I think like the left third, maybe bottom half. You can see in the far back a couple of legs and maybe a little bit of a white dress. And you can't see the rest of this person. But there's, it's a woman because of the white heels, and her homegirl is next to her, and I constantly envision them showing up to the Durham Armory to dance. And if they choose a man as a partner, it's because they're trying to win a dance contest. Let me just go back. So the top left corner is a banner for a dance contest. It is $1 to enter, and first place gets $20 and a free chicken dinner from Elvira's. I ain't been to Elvira's, don't know no Elvira's, but I've had some really cute chicken dinners. Right? And so one of the things that we got to do with this project is dream up our own version of Elvira's chicken dinner. And so one of the visual artists we have, and I'm not going to show you this because there's a poster upstairs that is gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's done by Sean D. Henry Smith. They prepared the meal. It's a bowl of grits with a piece of fried chicken on top. They paired that with what looks to be like an altar space featuring this book, Vibration Cooking, by Verda May Smart Grosvenor, and paired it with a couple of other images. I'm just gonna say when you walk in, you will see it suspended. It's hanging right there. It's double-sided, so make sure you look at both sides. Right? But it was really beautiful to sit and try to figure out how to render a version of that meal. How to invite audience members to be with the possibility of winning this dance contest. Like, you're gonna get that bowl of grits and you're gonna get that piece of chicken, and it's likely gonna be good because the person that made it put their foot in that shit, right? Like, over and over and over, there is a commitment to slowness, lingering, and beauty. I want to return briefly to, and how am I on time? Yeah, fine. All right, y'all doing okay? Yeah. All right, cool. Sorry, I ain't bring y'all nothing to eat, but you just had lunch, so you good. Okay. I also didn't bring cognac, but maybe next week. Okay. I wanted to highlight how some of these playlists were rendered on these cards. They're also upstairs on the table. So you have these details. So much of the music that I use for these Quiet Storm sets were based on albums that I inherited from my dad and my aunt. And so it's quarantine. I left Arizona, which is where I worked, the University of Arizona. I moved back home to Kansas City, Kansas. And so I have, for the last year and a half, been sleeping in the room that I stayed in when I was a high school student. I don't have thoughts or feelings about that at all. Not at all. But in that space, that room became an archive of various sorts. But it was also my office, and it's also my studio, and it's also my everything else. And so with these mixes, I got to comb through and photograph, these details from the albums and fold them in as visual material for the project. But, not even but. And because I work with a bomb-ass book designer and visual artist, okay, Caroline took the themes for each of these set lists and rendered them, right? So this is for the first one, Gathering. And this is on the back side or the front side of that card, right? Featuring the details from the vinyl. And so you've got, again, another kind of beautiful swirl, right? At the bottom is some excerpted text. Throughout the sets, I have moments where I'm, giving y'all commentary. I hate to hear my voice recorded, but, it's there, it's present. Some things were said. But I love this rendering of it in part because my voice, much like the mixes, gets mixed in with the songs, right? It gets sutured, it gets stitched. Right? All right, this is the one for dispersal. Now, dispersal, what I did with this one, I initially envisioned it as songs that were stretched out. And we're talking at least 8 minutes long. But I was like, that could be a little bit that could be a little bit much for, we'll say, folks who are not me. Because I love a song that's gonna like pull you into it and then just like stretch itself out, stretch you out the whole nine. Because again, brooding, And there's this one moment, when y'all listen to this mix, I really want you to pay attention to the Luther Vandross medley. Hold on, let me get my handkerchief. I really want you to listen to the Luther Vandross medley because y'all, it's like 12, 13 minutes of one of the most amazing voices I've ever encountered, just singing lovingly to you. Like across 3 damn songs. It's from a live performance. Every time I listen to it, I'm just like, let me close the door, turn out the lights, okay? If it's daytime, I don't want no sun in the room. I wish I had blackout curtains. I'm like shifting over my bookshelves to try to like block out all of that sun. But I just want to be immersed in darkness, hanging out with that song. There's also, at the very end of the set, Marlena Shaw's Go Away Little Boy, which this one I have on the list during the set because of my pops. Pops lives in Kansas. I live with him, my mom, my stepmom. And he was telling me one day about this Marlena Shaw song where she's kicking her lover out. She's like, you ain't shit. You're not working. I'm taking care of this house. I'm taking care of you. Like, go away, little boy. It's great. It's fantastic, right? But then, like, spoiler alert, y'all, towards the end, she starts to reconsider. So it's like all this momentum stretched across this song, but it's like, but hold on. I know I'm telling you, like, go get a job, go work, go contribute, but man, it ain't gotta be tomorrow. It could be like in a week, right? And it's like that negotiation. I think so much about how we can commit to an idea, to a concept, but then how it gets ruptured because of our desire. Our want supersedes the practicality that we're trying to reinforce in our life. And Marlena Shaw, like, right when you're like deeply, deeply invested in her getting this not shit man out of her life, she's like, well, but baby, you can stick around for a little while longer, right? And so that gets me to the final mix of the final set. Frequency, right? It's not just thinking about repeat, okay, or repetition, but it's also thinking about range and levels, vibrations, the whole nine. Once upon a time, I had an Impala, Chevy Impala, 2004. I am Southern, I am Black, deeply Southern Black American, and I love bass. I love bass, and I love very wide streets. And so it's fitting that I am a wide man who drove a wide car down wide streets with a whole lot of bass. The frequency of the bass, the rumble, right? The kind of viscerality of that listening experience became key for how I was thinking about some of these songs. But I also thought about them in terms of sampling. Sampling just becomes another way to think through and feel through the detail. So frequency is where I got to play with some of that stuff. I don't tell you like who sampled this and who sampled that. That's like not nearly as important. It's just thinking about how frequency informs the ways that you listen to these songs. Are you listening at times to the instrumentation, right? Is there something about the lyrics? Is there a lilt in the voice, right? Or is it just that bass that's going to hit you? There are all of these notes, there are all of these characteristics that we hold on to. And so with this mix, I wanted to provide an opportunity for y'all to hang out with it. All right. Okay. So late night DJ. This piece, I want to show this because I want to go back to that first image. All right. This is another Ernie Barnes piece, Late Night DJ. One of my favorite theorists is a Southern Black woman named Hortense Spillers. Hortense Jeanette Spillers. And when she was in college, she was a DJ. I have been trying to find recordings of her, but give me some time. I'll dig something up, I'm sure. But one of the things that I love about Spillers' writing is that it's deeply musical. It's also funny. And I could absolutely see her in this fantastic red ensemble, right? With a nice fur over the shoulders, a cocktail, leaning over, okay, speaking into the microphone, eyes closed, which is a prominent feature in a lot of Barnes's pieces. I could see her in this space, and nothing brought that home for me more than reading some of her papers, reading an excerpt from her journal. Her journals are in an archive at the Pembroke Center. And there's one passage where she talks about Roberta Flack's music. And I won't read the whole passage. I'm nosy, but I ain't gonna put her business out there like that. But one of the things that I love is that she says simply, I go home in Roberta Flack. I go home in Roberta Flack. Have you all ever heard a voice that feels like home? Anybody? No? We got like a couple of heads like yes. If you have not encountered a voice that feels like home, keep listening for it. Like there's something about whatever it is that Roberta Flack communicates sonically for Spillers that just made her sit on a page and try to give it language. And for me, I think Barnes's painting works similarly in that fashion. So I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning, because frequency. If you look on stage, y'all see the brother in the red suit? Yeah, you'll say, okay, so that's Big Daddy Rucker, okay? Big Daddy Rucker, just look just behind Big Daddy Rucker, okay? Y'all see a little figure in red, kind of hunched over? You might have to squint a little bit. I'll also leave the image up in case you want to walk up and see it. Tucked behind Big Daddy Rucker is a drummer in red who looks eerily similar to that late night DJ. And so I think about how these figures reemerge across Barnes's work, not unlike how his painting just keeps showing up in all these different facets of my life. It's on album covers, it's in prints. It was in the opening credits of the 1970s show, Good Times, right? It's been reproduced so many times. And I really just wanted us to be able to slow down and be with it for a little while. We can be with it musically. We can be with it through how it is that we touch and interact with these materials that are in the book album. We could listen for it. And we can invite somebody to be with us as we do that. The isolation is always going to be there, especially during a damn pandemic. But also intimacy is always there. And to have a piece of art that reminds you of intimacy, that reminds you of a desire, right? For sometimes self, but mostly others, was really, really important to me. And so my hope is that with Black Revelry, you'll also be reminded of the richness of that possibility. that you'll remind yourself and others of what we make over and over and over. And so with that, I have a favor to ask. Are y'all ready? Y'all look nervous as hell. It's okay. It's okay. In the spirit of this painting, will you all dance with me? A slow dance, okay? And so here's my ask, right? Here's my ask. Either by yourself or with a partner, I'm gonna play some of a song. And I just ask, if you're by yourself, hug yourself, close your eyes. Everybody, even if you're dancing with somebody, close your eyes and just sway and groove and press and swirl. Y'all ready? Yeah, okay. Just take a deep breath, if you need to, Okay, then stand up. Stand up. All right, y'all good? Okay, cool. Cool. All right, lovely. Okay, hug yourself, close your eyes. Y'all will find your groove. Trust yourself. Okay, let's go.
Are you willing? Do I groove you? Is it thrilling? Do I soothe you? Tell the truth now. Do I move you? Are you loose now? The answer better be. It pleases me. Are you ready for this action?
It's my subtle fade out. Thank you all for that. And so I'll say one last quick thing. When I imagine how the Sugar Shack feels and smells and sounds and all of that, one thing stays with me, again, because I run hot. I think about how that sweat falls and gathers in the wood. I think about how the wood over time begins to age and bend and bow, just like all of the folks dancing, either for that contest or because they just need to fucking let loose at the end of whatever it is that they've encountered. And so gift yourself, not just intimacy, gift yourself art to live with. Gift yourself the possibility of sweating such that you bend and bow wood. Age with work and let it live with you and haunt you in a deeply, deeply imaginative way. Thank y'all. It's Black Rubber.
Thank you. Well, right now I feel a little bit like how you said you felt lying on your bed with the Hennessy thinking, what am I going to say? I have nothing to say. I just loved to listen to that. Thank you so much. I really love what you have to say about art being things that people live with. And that's something that I think we tend to forget. Maybe we get blasé as creators, we're in the studio making, and throwing things out. And, I looked over there and I saw there was a pile of leftovers, whatever that means, these kinds of things. But that's really beautiful and I think really important as well. And as you were speaking, I kept returning to this idea that, people who work in the world of technology talk a lot about immersivity and immersive space and immersive experiences. And it's actually what you describe as one of the most immersive things that I've been listening to and thinking about. I mean, just as you were talking, in a long time. So I don't know if you want to. If has anyone ever given you that feedback about the immersive aspect of the project that you're creating? And when you were talking about the bass and the Impala too, I was just kind of thinking, this is it's sit down, pour yourself a drink, surround yourself with the right environment. You don't want to be too prescriptive about that, of course, but yeah. So what kind of feedback have you had about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. The project has. How about that? Okay, I'm gonna get back my radio voice and try to make it low. Not nearly as sultry as I want it to be. So I think quite a bit actually about the stories that people share with me when I get to talk about this work, which becomes another way of, I think storytelling is a theme that's been coming up, right? And I think about how time functions differently in those moments. And so if you're in Berlin outside of a theater, slightly sauced because there's been like 2 bottles of cognac spilling through the audience, these folks walk up to you at the very end and they're like, I know that painting, it was in my uncle's basement. I know that painting, my aunt has like 3 of them that she kept gifting to people, right? But this really beautiful thing happens where in telling those stories, folks start thinking about, they start thinking about people that have been around their entire lives, but who they haven't thought to sit and have a meaningful conversation with, right? Some of them go back to their childhood, right? Like all these folks come to this piece in radically different ways. And I've been really drawn and compelled by the ways that they decide to kind of tell their own story about their relationship to it. But even in that, because I'm nosy, I'm going to listen. But also there is an intimacy that is immediately cultivated there. And so for me, I'm like, it's intense. It's intense, but also in a really delightful way, because it's like everybody's exhausted. Everybody's now running hot because liquor will do that to you. But also it's like we step outside so we can cool down. But even when we cool down, there's an intensity to it, right? It's like quenching forged steel, right? So it goes from like really, really hot and intense, and then you quench and it's like, okay, now it's cooling, it's cooling, it's cooling. But I like that intensity. That's why I got like stretch the project out. It's a bit much.
Yeah. And I was reading upstairs when I was looking at the piece. One of the writers was talking about call and response as like a format, which I thought was really lovely. And it's not the same thing, but I think like the kind of dialogue you're talking about and what you engage in with your collaborators is really something. And the collaboration seemed like it went really beautifully. So I don't know if there's anything you want to acknowledge about the collaboration in particular.
So Homeboy in Blue, the one that I referred to in the excerpted passage from earlier, sitting in that chair, he has a name now because of one of the contributors, and his name is Hiram, Georgia. You have to say the comma. It's Hiram, Georgia. And it's because this Black Cultural Studies and Black Queer Studies scholar Lamar Jarrell Bruce contributed a piece where he was thinking alongside, thinking with this man, right? Clad in denim, kind of sulking right there at the edge of the stage. And the moment I read Lamar's piece, I was like, damn, he's got a name, and it's a hell of a name. Hiram, Georgia, right? Like his name is a location. That man is a place, right? Like that's a cartography, right? It's a whole thing. And so that moment really, really blew me away. Much like reading Will's piece or even seeing the text and really thinking through how Caroline took the palette from this Marvin Gaye album and used that to give us a whole nother engagement with color and vibrancy, right? So it's like when you see a chocolate, almost like it's such a deep, dark chocolate for Philip B. Williams's text with silver letters, right? Like there's multiple ways to read these pieces. you can look at the words, but I'm like, be with the colors too, right? Like be with this burgundy for Taylor Renee Aldridge's piece. It's the burgundy with the silver as well. It like makes me want to go and get like a silver herringbone chain and also get like a nice fine piece of stemware and then get a cute little red wine and just pour it right there just so I could read that piece, right? But like over and over and over, I'm like, these pieces invite you to read differently. And that's what I enjoy. Like Samia Bashir, this fantastic poet and performer, also has a piece that's on this yellow paper with brown text, and it's who's osmosing who. I think about text and transfer, right? So much transfer is happening here. So yeah, these folks just like drew that out of me. Like different forms of literacy and engagement became so very present throughout the process.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. Does anyone have any? Yeah, Flavia.
Mhm. Mhm.
How much I absolutely adore your work. And the question is this format of multimedia engagement through painting, through radio, or broadcasting, or streaming, however you want to call it,
Mhm.
and then the essays. Is this ad hoc for this project, or is this a format that you intend to explore further?
Oh, I'm gonna take it further. Everything's a draft, and I'm like, the book's a prelude to a party, like that. It's so I envisioned the project as a triptych, and it would have this book album component. It would also have a film that features two dancers, Dwayne Holland and Jennifer Harge. And so we're like thinking about how to turn, because there's Lester Wilson dancers at one point, I think in the 1980s, you can see this video on YouTube. They take this painting and they render it as a tableau at the beginning of a dance performance. And then as the stage is spinning, you see the tableau. Marvin Gaye's I Want You starts playing, and then they step off the stage, right? And so I thought about, like how we're going to hold this object. I also thought about like how we could see it maybe even projected in the space. The film is something that generated because due to COVID, we couldn't come here and do a live performance. We're essentially going to do like this performance lecture where I talk for a bit and they perform dance scores while the image is projected in the background, and it ends with a party, hopefully spun by Lene Denise, right? But we had to like reimagine it. So what, that's two triptych SD. Megan, what's the third part? The radio. There we go. Thank you. I was like, something's missing. Yeah, so the radio was the first part, the book album, second part, and then we were set to have that performance. But for me, I want to provide readers, audiences with so many ways to be a part of the revelry, right? Like I can't stress enough the need for invitations and not argumentation. And it's not like everybody can be a part of it. No, I don't care about that shit, right? It's like for me, if you see or feel something in the work, I want you to find a way to be with it. And so, this is something that I want to continue across projects, but I also feel like Black Revelry might show up as some random piece of ephemera, a few years from now. I have no clue. Because the painting ain't gonna shake me. I'm not gonna shake it. We stuck together. And I got commitment issues, so that's a big thing, So yeah, we'll see what it becomes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and what's beautiful about something portable like an album is that it could end up anywhere. Yeah, we'll see where it all gets to in the years to come. Yeah, great. Are there any final questions? No? Great. Yes, right there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, ooh, that's a good ass question. So this will differ like based on the person, but I'll say generally, when I drafted the first set of collaborators, I was thinking about um, people who I laugh, eat, and dance with. Right. I was thinking about people who I laugh, eat, and dance with. Right. And so, yeah, Lene, because Lene spends a lot of sets, right? Like I don't think we've ever danced together in the same room, but she's been the occasion for my body moving in a rhythmic way. Because I've been listening to her mixes for a number of years. Samia Bashir is one of my favorite poets, and I've been hoping for the opportunity to collaborate with her. And it just so happens that deep into this project, like the last two editions in terms of the writers were Philip B. Williams and Samia Bashir. And it just so happens that one day on Twitter, Philip was providing a writing prompt for followers. And he said, take an album cover, sit with it, and just write about it. So I DM him. I was like, hey, Philip, this is a trip. I'm actually asking people to do this exact thing with this Marvin Gaye album. And he was like, and I ain't get no invitation. So I was like, you're invited, right? And so I tell Samir, and she was like, but where mine? So like, you're invited. And they quickly like generated these pieces, right? But then for Lamar Bruce, Lamar is a dear friend. I absolutely love Lamar. Before we were friends, I taught his work. And his first book just dropped with Duke. I got to do a shameless plug. It's How to Go Mad Without Losing Your Mind. It's all madness and Black radical creativity. And Lamar has this concept of Black or mad time, which upends, and this is a gross distillation of what he does in that chapter. But there was a way that he was thinking about tempo, temporality, and time. And I wanted to give him the opportunity to do some version of that in a creative way, right? So he doesn't have to argue about Western Standard Time as a capitalist, colonial, heteronormative project. I'm like, no, you already did that in your book, right? Let's do something differently and try to write something that helps people like break time open. So, there are a number of ways that I came to working with these folks. I'll say the last one that I'll discuss briefly is Sean D. Henry Smith. I met Sean in Toronto. Couple of short conversations, but I read their work, their book Wild Peach, and it floored me. And I kept thinking about the fact that they have a food practice, they have a photography practice, and they have a writing practice. And I was like, damn, it would be great to have somebody who can integrate food, specifically that Elvira's chicken dinner, into this project. And when I reached out to them, they gladly accepted. So yeah, part of it was like me trying to be super practical, but also thinking about folks who I wanted to have fun with on the page. I was just like, when I'm able, when we're all able to gather and celebrate this project in the form of a party, these are the folks who I want to invite. These are the folks who will show up and they'll kick it and they'll drink and they'll talk shit and they'll be messy. Right? There's even a few scenes of gambling in this image, and I'm like, maybe we can gamble too. Right? But I wanted folks who, if I ran the Sugar Shack, I would look over my shoulder and see them. We would press and swirl into each other. And that's something I feel like me and my collaborators can do. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks. Let's have a round of applause. Great. I'm going to move this microphone around, and I'm going to invite our next speaker, Marie-Ilse Bourlanges, to the stage. And she was invited by the architecture department at the Rietveld. And I believe she has a visual presentation, right? Yes, great. This mic, I have no idea what to do with it. Turn it around. Do you need a hand? Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Is your presentation on the desktop?
Yes. And then just one thing, I will actually. Can I just change this? And I just visualize this, more or less. Yeah, but I want to it not be. I just want to. Let's see. All right. Is it okay like that? Hello? No? Okay. So hi everybody. I would like just as an introduction to say that I'm grateful to have the opportunity to present today because actually I was a research fellow of the round before. And last year I was sick with corona, so I could not join the symposium, and now I can, so I'm happy. And yeah. My problem is that I can't speak really louder. Yeah, is that okay? Okay. All right. To give a bit of information, background information about artistic research was initially a proposition together with Elena Kurtova. With Elena, we've been collaborating since 2009, and we submitted the proposal in 2019, so 10 years after collaborating. And we wanted to have a time to reflect on this collaboration, what it meant, and refresh, renovate, find. And we called it pollinating agents. And well, the direction was to investigate interspecies, other species, forms of collaboration, and draw out of it. This research was actually coincided with another work period, which was in the format of a long-term residency in an art space in France. Which has the specificity to be in a psychiatric hospital, in a former isolation pavilion for women, and it is in a functioning psychiatric hospital. And there we developed, we worked together in that space through 2020. Then maybe I just go back to the first to the first slide. What happened is that halfway through the artistic research and collaboration, Elena and I decided to stop collaborating. And this happened while we were running 2 projects together. And so the presentation I'm going to give now is a presentation about collaboration and other forms of collaboration and ending collaboration and finding other forms of being together in dialogue. Elena last year presented her beautiful part of the research, which was called remediation, where she collaborated with soil. And this is what was presented in the exhibition space in France. And my part of the research is called Resilient Beings, and this is what I'm going to talk about now. Basically, I ended up working more by myself than in twos, and I looked into where I could find a connection, and this was a sort of really deep dive into fungi and roots and plants, fishes, undersea, and so on and so forth. This research was actually informing the other research that I was doing in the psychiatric hospital, and that other research in the psychiatric hospital was about what started, I lost the track, I'm sorry. That's a little bit my problem. Anyway, I started a research in the psychiatric hospital, wanting to retrace the story of my grandmother, whose name I have, Ilse, who was in a psychiatric hospital just nearby that psychiatric hospital, and who she lived for 30 years and had no information about her. And so you can imagine I went quite deep into history of psychiatry, interviewing many people who didn't really want to talk about that specific story of this person. But bit by bit, I reconstructed a story. And I also investigated the treatment of a medical file, and specifically a psychiatric medical file, and what happens to them is that there are regulations that changed for storage purposes. They are now being destroyed, ponded in a very regular cycle. So I really started from nothing, from fragments and shreds, and I built up my story with meeting people, talking to people. And sometimes it was very, very heavy, and this is when I turned back to the fishes and to the plants and to the roots to look for inspiration there. And often I also turned to my daughter and looked into my own relationship as a mother to daughter to keep the meaning of going into these past stories of my own family ghosts, let's say. The artistic research was something I took the chance to read a lot, and I wanted to read a lot. And at some point I got also quite overwhelmed with that. Is it working? There is really an echo, or is it me? Ah, okay. Yeah. There's no battery. Right. Anyway, I put the list of books because at some point I think I went a bit crazy in my head, reading, but actually this overload became also my method, which I developed both for the artistic research and for the presentation in France. Meaning that I had to process all this information, and sometimes some things don't necessarily connect. And but at the end, I wanted to look into the space between all these different elements and bring them together. And this is what I'm going to do now, with trying to conclude the not conclude, to start, and then but for me it's a conclusion. I will read fragments of a text, which is a fragmented essay, which is in the publication that is launching today. So it's fragments of fragments of fragments about different storylines, some on interspecies, some on motherhood, and some on archive of psychiatry. The theme, both connector and divider, is in essence a form of dialogue. A theme's function is to attach two pieces of cloth together. To do so, a needle pierces the edges of both surfaces, and by traveling back and forth on each side of the two pieces of cloth, a connection is created, thread holding it together. A seam is strong and seemingly permanent, but it can tear when subject to force. Connecting separate elements always bears a paradox of strength and vulnerability. A truly amazing feature of the reproductive behavior of some species of hermaphroditic snails is the way they stab a calcareous love dart into each other prior to copulation. By piercing that bubble, getting under your skin, and disrupting the intimacy of self-love, the other kills you symbolically, as he or she wipes out your former understanding of yourself. True recognition, according to Hegel, implies that two people go through an experience together where they wipe each other out and annihilate who they were on their own. What is good is always being destroyed. The mother of an adult child sees her work completed and undone at the same time. If this holds true, I may have to withstand not only rage, but also my undoing. Can one prepare for one's undoing, and how has my mother withstood mine? Why do I continue to undo her when what I want to express above all else is that I love her very much? Daughter screams, "I will never be like you." Wise woman answers, "Mend the fate that pride has torn." Why is it that a woman going through a significant and/or traumatic time in her life is so often denoted in film and television by a spontaneous, vigorous, tearful, cathartic, hair-cutting scene? Have you ever heard of a weeping willow's broken branch traveling down the river stream, tossed around by the flow, beaten down by the rocks, until the resilient offshoots gets entangled to a porous net of roots? Captive, she blossoms. In French, plant offshoots are called rejets, which literally translates as rejections. I learned recently that it is an old botanical term to be understood as regrowth, or more accurately, resquirt, appearing on a plant as a result of a natural break or a man-made cut as means of defense. In my mother tongue, rejection and rejuvenation are interchangeable. We are contaminated by our encounters. They change who we are as we make way for others. As contamination changes, world-making projects, mutual worlds, and new directions may emerge. Everyone carries a history of contamination, and purity is not an option. Plants communicate through their roots. They are linked via their fungal mycelial connection. Seemingly separate organisms are often connected and may depend on each other. Fungi colonize the roots of the plant, connecting one plant to another, creating an underground network. Plants provide fungi with food in the form of carbohydrates, and in exchange, the fungi help the plant suck up the water. Seedlings rapidly obtain fungal partners, which allows them to compete successfully. Without this help, many seedlings wouldn't survive. Cleaner shrimps look for dead scales, parasites, and bits of food in the fish's mouth. They plug these things with the help of their small pinchers and eat them. Then they enter the fish's body through their mouth, clean their throat, and then exit through the gills. I heard of a cleaning station near the coral reef. I now have to get there. It's a rendezvous I cannot miss. XXX fishes will meet me there, eager and hungry, and I will give them what they look for. Will I really feel lighter? I can't stand anymore carrying my dirt, my parasites, skin spreaders, and outer self weakeners. I need to preserve the membrane that channels through both worlds. I surrender to the little creatures, and I feel them feasting on me, those suckers. It is an unspoken agreement. It is a fluid promise of surrender. Is it selfless cooperation or mutual selfishness? We met at the cleaning station in anonymous reciprocal service. About the archives. For years, she specialized in dust removal of National Archive documents, a delicate and technical procedure. Her secret touch is to use old pantyhose filled with rubber flakes. With a balance of speed and softness, she scrubs the entire surface of ancient documents, rejuvenating their worth to preserve skin. When I work on an old parchment, it's almost climactic to see the difference between before and after. Your feet are what I remember from your first hour. It's a cliché we all know. I had to count your toes to make sure they were only 10. Feet like your father's, animal-shaped, cutest platypus. My best collaborative project. Sorry. My best collaborative project, mixing genes and brewing for a while. But this time, no one contest, I did all the work. holding these tiny weapons that kicked my insides and stretched my belly as a reclined rectangle. Otter feet, roaming the nest to run away. I hold them tight in my hands. Elongated treasures you refuse to wash. Barefoot world explorer, you proudly carry your dirt, and I wonder, does it protect you? I am your mother, and I want you clean. Will you ever surrender? Negotiation. I learned to negotiate with you, so I will try again. Negotiate. But you already slipped away from my fingertips before I could even initiate the terms of our relationships. And you asked me, Mommy, why are you always angry? Earthworms can be cut in half and continue living as two separate entities. Two separate adults delivered this statement as I was sharing thought on worms. Having just read an article that debunks this myth, I can't recall in full honesty if I ever believed it. But to defend cruel human naivety, worms' heads aren't very defined from their ends. And no, babes, they don't have eyes, but they definitely have a mouth. A mouth leading to intestines through which 10 tons of earth are ingested annually. Small stones triturated and broken down to minerals, released as its opposite ends as castings. Small extruded shapes of the finest earth, intricate vertical pilings, positives of excavated earth pores, unstoppable diggers, worms breathe through their skin. Moistened in mucus, they slide deep into the earth, their mouths first. It all started with a wondrous present. She had received a few caterpillars. We can only guess at the little girl's joy at this gift, for she loved beetles and worms more than anything else. But these caterpillars were different from any that she had observed in nature. They were as white as flour. They were silkworms, from whose cocoons people had been making silk only in China for more than 3,000 years. It was so valuable that its worth was measured in gold until the secret of the silk thread, the betrayal of which was punished by death, was smuggled out of the Middle Kingdom by 2 Persian monks in their bamboo sticks. And this, the legend goes, is how the silkworm made its way to the Western world. We sat on a bench and talked for hours. I was holding a green caterpillar, crawling back and forth over my finger. When the fluorescent creature escaped, my daughter was disappointed in me as she assigned me the task of holding on to it. What can I say? I'm a bad caterpillar caretaker, and I let it wiggle away. Despite my negligence, a closure was found that day. The caterpillar and Alice looked at each other for some time in silence. At last, the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and addressed her in a languid, sleepy voice. "Who are you?" said the caterpillar. This was not an encouraging opening for a conversation, and Alice replied rather shyly, "I hardly know. Just at present, at least I know who I was when I woke up in the morning, but I think I must have been changed several times since then." The successful bee waggle dances for hive mates in the shape of a figure of 8, the speed of which the bee shakes its hindquarters back and forth indicates the distance to food. If even insects could communicate so brilliantly, what are the implications for the perceived difference between animals and humans? A layer of snow has accumulated on the streets, and a layer of dust is rising on my shelves. My daughter plays a cleaner on my balcony. She brushes the white snow off the outdoor furniture. I put an old sock over my hand and rub wax on my indoor furnitures. And we look at each other through the window glass. Replicating each other's gesture, we play mother and daughter. In human social psychology, the term mimicry is used to describe unconscious imitation of someone else's movement or postures. Humans often spontaneously mirror each other's behavior, for example, by smiling, yawning, or crossing their legs. Humans who feel connected to someone will imitate that person more often, and mimicry can also excite connectedness. Humans who imitate each other understand each other better, and their emotions become more attuned to another. In all human cultures, pre-mastication, kiss feeding, or kissing between mother and infant has been observed. Kissing believed to be a socially ritualized form of feeding pre-masticated food. There is high similarity in the execution of kiss feeding and human kisses. In the former, the tongue is used to push food from mother to child, with the child receiving both the mother's food and tongue in sucking movements, and the latter simply forgoes the pre-masticated food. In fact, observations across various species and cultures confirms that the act of kissing and pre-mastication have most likely evolved from the similar relationship-based feeding behaviors. For research purposes, I will need more kissing. Carpenter ants throw up on each other to say hello. Hormones transmitted in ant vomit contain messages and influence the growth of baby ants. Earlier in the day, I went filming the pounding process of medical archives. There, I collected bags of paper shreds, dusty document flakes, and I now sit in a former isolation cell of a psychiatric hospital. A handful of shredded paper covering the crease of my legs. The action I'm about to perform needs to be visceral. I will chew and spit the discarded archive fragments. A friend warns me about ingesting toxic ink, but I'm worried about silverfish and basement fungus. So just in case, I have a large bottle of Listerine near my side. Chewing paper is strangely familiar. I remember now that I did it a lot as a child. It feels like absorbing secrets, but those flakes have an unbearable taste. Bitter as the inner part of almond cores. I chew, I gag, I breathe, I purge, and I arc my back for maximum velocity, spit out the chewed matter as hard as I can towards the terrazzo floor, and the expelling sound resonates loudly in the cell. I rinse my mouth and I repeat. With warmth and benevolence, the representative of an industrial shredder company discloses to me, every day I try to adopt the principle of impermanence. Everything we carry with us is weight to free ourselves from. Trust me, I sell shredders all day long. Looking back in this way takes us to seeing again, to respecere, to the act of respect, to hold in regard, to respond, to look back reciprocally, to notice, to pay attention, to have courteous regard for, to esteem. All of that is tied to polite greetings, to constituting the polis, where and when species meet. My daughter is taking a shower. Lulled by the tune of a monotonous water stream, my mind drifts away to savor the exquisite calmness of this moment. I suddenly remember that I left my gardening scissors near the shower, and I rush in a panic to find her. When I open the bathroom door, I find my little girl standing high on a stool amidst a mist of steam. Radiant with pride, she appears glowing as a waterfall goddess. In a silent and ceremonial gesture, she moves forward, her joined hands, holding a handful of her self-clipped hair. Entrusted to me by the most fearful creature of the wetland, I receive this tuft of dampened hair, brown as wet soil, and I hold on to her fibers. Fiddling feelers, fidel foragers, philodendron fetish, feral fondness, firm fingers, fastened felicity, fissile filament, and pheromonal fantasy, frivolous fury, fluish fluctuation, flirtatious flourish, philosophical follicles, fearless fervor, fermentation fiction, fertile forgiveness, forbidding finitude. Fins. C'est fini.
Thank you very much. I wanted to start off by commenting that as you were reciting your fragments, the excerpts, I was struck by this, the nature of what you were talking about, a lot of very kind of everyday things mixed in with recognizable bits of, Alice in Wonderland and other cultural objects, you could call them. And I felt kind of almost uncomfortable at certain points. I think you're trying to, correct me if I'm wrong, that's why I'm asking this question, but I felt like you were trying to portray maybe these entanglements that we have with each other through the images and also through the fragments as kind of normal, everyday things, natural even, but also sort of troubling and with kind of different aspects that are confining somehow. The very fact that your action with your grandmother's files also is sort of this kind of normal act of chewing, but it's something that's very disturbing. What happened to her. So I wonder if you could just comment. Is that intended to kind of to create this discomfort with these everyday things?
Well, actually, what I explained is that it was in order to comfort me while diving into a world that I felt extremely uncomfortable with, namely, so being in this psychiatric hospital, and Yeah, it was the opposite, but it's interesting that maybe bringing it together has this quality or non-quality.
Maybe just for me, I felt like,
Yeah.
wow, this is really, and also some of the images that you were showing from obviously all the extensive research you've done. I mean, it made me laugh a little bit at some certain points too, like kind of the funny, the humor in some of the, kind of, RuPaul's Drag Race, like emerging in the in this like in what is otherwise maybe a very serious kind of palette of images. So you drew from an immensely diverse range of sources as well. And is that something that is like integral to your practice, that you do a lot, like draw from all these multiple sources, or is it this project in particular that made you go kind of wide?
No, I think now, well, so this is a methodology that I applied in the research I did with, so a project that I called Mother's Milk, which I presented in France. And I think it was really intentional for me to try to be as horizontal and giving value to a lot of these small bits and pieces and fragments, and to work in this patchwork and bring it together without giving sort of higher hierarchy between them. And I think it was really because I was it was very confronting to see the destruction of these files, that is the memory of people that have already been marginalized in hospitals, and then to be left with these broken pieces. So I guess in my own way it is a bit a way to not say something is more or less important than the other. And another aspect I think is also when researching, there is this moment when you research and then everything starts to talk about your research, and then you just want to, I mean, for me, I just want to archive it all in my own way.
Yeah, I think that's a really relatable impulse that, once you start looking for something, you see it everywhere and you relate everything to that subject that's consuming you. So that's actually a really interesting point to make about research and how it kind of operates in our mind when we're in that mode. So yeah, really nice. Great. Does anyone else have a question or comment they want to make? Then I guess it's time for our afternoon coffee break, time to refuel. So thank you. Let's have some applause. We're going to meet again in 20 minutes and then have the last two presentations of the day. So come back at around, I don't know, a little bit after 3. All right, see you soon. Better. There we go. Yes. Okay. Do you guys need help setting up, or are you're okay? You're not sure yet. Okay. 20 minutes.
Yes. Nice to meet you too.
Hello, welcome back. So for our last two presentations of the day, we have some, as you can see, we've done some little set change here. So we're going to have a kind of more performative presentation and more discursive presentation. So I hope you'll participate with David Bennewith, Noha, Ramadan, and Swani Vinton, who were invited by graphic design Rietveld. Take it away, guys.
Is it on screensaver?
There we go.
There it is? Yes.
Putting skills on hold.
A feeling, a shape.
Language in rounds, be published, exceed expectations, come back.
Data loss.
Capture sequence.
Navigation.
So far.
Class names so far.
5 minutes to go.
Silhouette.
10 minutes to go.
Is a collection and a group. Reading. The blanket, a method, a filter.
Getting people into it.
Ask audience what repeats.
Into blankets.
We'll make a blanket.
We take it.
Thing that picked through rough movement, we experience data loss.
We experience the movement.
For the question.
Stutter, a form of capture. Navigation.
Class names so far.
Body, gutter, touch, fill.
We experience the movement. Service. A silhouette.
Sequence. Feedback loop.
Feedback loop so far.
A collection is a group.
Body text, type, body sign, service.
Putting skills on hold.
Touch, interface, scroll, reader.
Do we experience through rough movement? A silhouette. Face, interface. participatory image. In of the capture, line, that sequencing. Warm up, getting people into a warm up, and getting people into blankets. Next, we will make the will getting people into their body. A silhouette. Weight, navigation, face, putting skills on hold. How is that technically? If we just have a conversation here?
Extremely good work. A lot of sound.
We can stay for a stream. A lot of repeating.
Okay, so we're going to move the chairs down here and have a conversation. And if you want to come a little closer, you can feel welcome to do that. If you're happy where you are, you can do that. Just stay there. And I'm going to just, what am I going to do? I'm going to do this. See how far I can stretch it. Not very far, maybe, but we can kind of.
Hi. Hello.
It reaches you. That's good. You two don't get to talk. Just kidding. Just kidding. This one is. This one is. It is the year. Yeah, why don't we just. It's a real performance. Thank you for the tip. There. Yeah. Nee, die andere is wel langer hoor.
Come this way?
There we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yeah, Swani.
Yay. Sorry. Move the chairs back. Well, that would be a great performance. We can all just shuffle along. Just keep moving the chairs back and forth. Do the wave. You know, we could do all kinds of things. Great, we're here. So, yeah, what would you like to talk about? Where shall we begin? Where shall we begin?
Yeah, we wanted to have a more conversational presentation, mainly because it reflects the mode of how we've been working on this project. And it's really been a practice-based collaboration between the three of us, where we've been meeting in a large dance studio and using that space and time to figure out how to work together between the disciplines of choreography and graphic design. Maybe we could start by talking about what we just did.
Yeah, please, yeah.
Someone else?
What we just did, I think we worked with a with an object that we've been working with from the beginning. And this object, as it is now, is a print of language on an emergency blanket. And the composition of the print and the material both come out of exercises that we've been working on to try and find where a movement practice and a graphic design practice might meet, to try and bring it into a course of graphic design. So I think it represents a conversation between different practices, and I think it represents a combination of different kinds of skills that perhaps maybe, I think over the time that we've been working together, realize that how sometimes very close and sometimes how very far apart disciplines are. And it made me think, or us think, a lot about what collaboration is. Is it a form of organization, or is it something more than that? And these are interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary questions, I think, that have been surprising to encounter with a very simple idea of, or perhaps a simple idea of, how do you bring a movement class into a graphic design program?
And the text that's on the blanket, can you reveal how you came up with this text? Or, I mean, it's a pity that the people at home watching on YouTube can't see, but I hope everyone can look at this. I mean, the typeface is quite beautiful, and I'm sure there's significance to that as well.
Swani, you can feel that one. Yeah. So the print on the blanket, I mean, was a collaboration from the jump. We have been, throughout our research, kind of compiling different approaches, different keywords, different ideas that fit in this space that we're trying to uncover between graphic design and choreography. It was literally a collage that we made together spontaneously, cutting through our notes and pasting them back down, and then formalizing it in the form of a print. And what's really interesting about this material is that it is completely illegible when it receives this specific, I think, typeface. But we thought that was really sweet because it kind of got to the root of what we were doing, and what we're kind of discovering is that we're constantly in this sort of liminal space between being able to tangibly explain and understand where this sort of intersection of these two disciplines come from, and then also it, at least to me, kind of always seems just the tiniest bit out of reach. So I think.
So it disintegrates very quickly, the print. Yeah.
But I think it was maybe something interesting to share about how we collaged that, and also how we brought the blanket into the space of this research in the beginning, is that we worked silently, mainly silently, I would say, on making the thing. So this kind of embodied negotiation of receiving and looking at each other's work and listening and making proposals through the practice of making something that we don't know what it is yet has been, I think, a methodology that we've been trying to start to trust and invest more and more in. And then just speaking to that ephemerality of the blanket that's hardly there. It's kind of like coming from more of a dance background. This was actually really interesting and poetic, because I feel like it's been kind of wild working with David and Swani, because there's this fluency and real appreciation and love for the image and documenting and capture. And so that's why we've been talking a lot about data loss and capture and reproduction, which coming more from choreography and dance is just handled very differently, and so much is oral and experienced body to body. So we've been having these kinds of conversations a lot about how do we know what we know, how do we want to contain information, and how do we then, because the goal of this is to build classes, like literally on that blanket there's a list of potential class names. These questions have been really important to tackle. Yeah.
The pedagogical blanket.
Yes.
I love it. Yeah, that's great. And I see it like it's also a kind of interesting form of publishing, which I think I kind of can also draw a line to Amy's work and like the way that she uses words on the Joss paper, and it's like just using interesting materials, interesting typefaces to convey information in a way that's fresh and engages people. How did you three come to work together?
David and I met at a party. And then, I don't know, David invited me to teach in the graphic design department as a pilot course 3 years ago now. And so that was a bit like kind of doing this, groping in the dark a little, like what's needed. And I think coming in at first a little bit, we had a lot of conversations, and Swani was also not in that year, but came in as a guest because like you have a very strong passion for movement and dance as well. So that was really great. And so somehow with Swani's collaboration in that course, we figured out a way to also ask the students to respond to the more movement-based proposals in a way that made a little bit more sense for, I think, graphic design students. That was like Swani's big help for me that year. Yeah, and I think one of the parts of that conversation has also been, I came in a little bit with this sense of like, and people want to move, people want to be in their bodies. I need to like bring my skill set to graphic design, and then actually through this research through this process, we've kind of really critiqued that and challenged this idea of like bringing movement or dance or embodiment, which is kind of trending right now, like into the space of the Academy, and actually question why we would do that, and actually how, the field I come from is also in conversation with what these artists do. So, that it wasn't also going to be like a yoga class or a wellness class or these kinds of things, but what is, yeah.
Or that, acknowledging the kind of embodiment that's already happening, and then, looking at that as like movement as a natural thing, and, how that flows.
Graphic design is a discipline as well as, you could say, something which has been against bodies for it's all about like, there's a lot about disembodying or reshaping the gaze or instructing. And I think from myself, who's never, one thing I experienced both through Swani and Noha is also through movement, being able to understand an image or a composition in a very particular way, like even from an energy level or even from a chemical kind of level. So it's, I think one thing also is that we were speaking from very much the beginning of what would a movement class be in graphic design, but we also started thinking of it that vice versa as well. What would be a graphic design class for a choreography or for movement? And I think like, yeah, you can't, it can't just be like one thing coming into another or one thing taking from one thing. You have to give it back to that, or you have to ask that question to the other discipline also, which has been like super, that opened me up from this kind of more like operational perspective into something a little bit larger, which I guess this research opportunity has kind of given us the space to have that kind of experience or ask that question.
It's like taking interdisciplinarity seriously. Yeah.
That would be great. If we could do that.
But also with this really strong angle of thinking very much about how it's applied in learning, which I think is also interesting. Was that an ongoing conversation then from the start?
I think it's always been in the back of, because that was yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
and
Good.
Will continue,
Yeah,
right?
and we're both teachers. as well, and I think it's something that's very. Both Noha and myself are teachers, and Swani is becoming one, and I think like it's something, of course, that we always have in the back of our minds, like especially in the context of what we do at school and what we learn and teach.
Swani, watch out, because once you start, you can't stop. It's addictive teaching. It's great. So, and what other, like when you were experimenting with the materials and the form that, for example, like the performance you just did would take, what other things did you try? Was it always settled in this, like, it has to be movement with an object? Like what, tell us about some of the things you threw out.
Well, also, maybe it's also good to say that like the lockdowns also had a bit of a strange effect on us being able to collaborate. So one time we would, I remember one particular thing which was very related to, and of course we're working with an object, but we did one of our classes over Zoom, and how to use Zoom in a more, guiding or leading way.
Using the frame, like the frame of Zoom, the frame of the camera, and just moving our computers around and actually having like an improvisation, and what we could like talk about after that was really generative. Mm-hmm. So the limitation, I think, it was really, it was a bit freaky at first because we had planned in this research to work, even to do some intensives with like a group of like 8 or 10 people and test a whole lot of different like practical approaches to work. And then we really had to shift our whole mode. But I think it meant the conversation became much more rich between us rather than like oriented outside of ourselves immediately, which I think was really fruitful actually. Like with many people, I think we have our lockdown gems that like appeared. But I don't know if you wanted to say something more about that one.
Yeah, I mean, there were things that like working with each other's bodies, which also produced kind of compositions, and made me think very much about graphic design. We did drawing exercises, exercises with sound, a lot of movement things, and experiencing these things for the first time. Even something like warming up or starting is like a thing.
Yeah, there was some, some things that are like very confronting for me that they would propose, and then vice versa, and then it just there's been a lot. Like using touch was, I think, quite a big moment in the studio one day, which brought up a lot of stuff to discuss. That's and I think kind of like cutting and pasting paper on the floor for me, like, and building a design like with these like 2 graphic designers is like quite terrifying. So I think there's been a lot of really great challenges for ourselves, and trying to just I don't know, I'm rambling. What is like, maybe it's like also nice if other people have questions.
Maybe somebody sitting here on the theory stairs wants to jump in with a comment or question. Or they're happy to just watch us have a great conversation. That's also possible. And so where do you take it from here? So now you've been working on this, you developed this piece and how you interact with it and present it. And then any thoughts on kind of future plans or what you want to make next?
Yeah, I mean, I can say this very concretely. There's going to be another blanket we're going to try do another blanket. So this is our first blanket, and I think there'll be other blankets to follow, which, I mean, I think will be easier to design after doing what we're allowed to do today. And actually next semester, we're planning a 6 to 8 week like trial run in the department for the things that we've been working on. Yeah, so I guess that's the goal. Yeah.
So there are really concrete plans. Yeah, that's cool. And I mean, this blanket seems like it's made to be like an artist multiple that is sold in like shops and things. I don't know. It's I mean, I'm instantly. Well, I love multiples by artists, so I'm kind of oriented that way. But I mean, I want one. So think about it. But it's also it's a nice object. So I think it's incorporating a lot of different things. That it's you've got the graphic design element. Obviously, you take something that's also recognizable as something we use in emergencies. It's got a kind of tinge to it in that sense, an orientation, and then
And it's also a complete show pony. It's a very performative material which likes to show off and be in the light and perform, and it makes a lot of sound. And when we first worked with it, we were cutting it up before it was unfolded. So we cut like little things into the folded blanket and then open them up, and then we were actually sort of like running around the studio, so like David was doing and sort of animating the object already. So I think also there's that about it. I mean, I find it really funny because it became such a central figure for the research, the blanket. And I think it's partly because it has this reproducible quality and this like printable kind of quality, as well as being this like moving thing. Yeah.
That makes great sound. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah. Were there any other moments in the collaboration that you thought were particularly interesting that we might, for example, as a room full of people interested in artistic research, might find as a kind of interesting case moment or something, a turning point?
I can think of something actually. We halfway through we had a meeting with Shedorf, and we were speaking about what we're doing. We presented the language and some of our exercises, and we spoke. We spoke twice with Cher, if I remember. But I remember one time particularly in the in Jacuzzi we were speaking, and Cher made the link. Oh, Jacuzzi is this dance studio that we're working in. Yeah, we weren't allowed to go to the actual Jacuzzi during lockdown. But sorry. Cher brought the motif of the comic book into something which was somehow operated in a space between what we were talking about and also the terminology, timing, like how something unfolds, how a sequence happens. Like that was something that was really, really helpful for me, and perhaps I hadn't really thought about before. And so for me, the conversations with Cher were really, or I think for all of us, were like super, super interesting and helpful.
Yeah, this was the gutter also,
the gutter,
this idea of the transitional space between frames in a comic book as the gutter, which is also apparently a term you use a lot, or a concept you work with a lot.
Yeah, and just printing terms like bleed, crop, like they're the very sort of visceral, it's quite visceral language, and we managed to find like a kind of an interesting relation or discussion or movement through these terms. Yeah.
And how do you find it's received by, let's say, your colleagues, like, so your fellow dancer choreographers? Are they like, what are you doing with this blanket? Or, is it more of a kind of like, oh, wow, that looks like fun? And, are you opening their horizons, and maybe vice versa as well for you guys who are in the graphic design?
Yeah, I think I'm curious to bring some of this practice and conversation back into the work I'm doing with choreography students. I think there's a real seduction towards the idea of working with image in dance and performance at the moment. And I think it's to do with media and how we promote ourselves as artists. And it's a big topic. And so I think it's great to be researching what the image means in more expanded ways, rather than just this sense of like things that have a like immediate impact. And that's also why the question of time is important. Like how do we receive image? How do we participate in receiving images? What is duration? Like all that kind of stuff to complicate this idea of visual, also just to decenter visuality. And I think that's been interesting. Working sometimes with eyes closed as well, which was, an important moment in the research. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's more. I'm going to try to bring more. We wanted to bring some of my students in the SNDO into the research, but yeah, COVID. So next time maybe.
And from the other side?
Actually, kind of like the mirror of what Noha said, actually. I think again, the centrality of image, or the necessity of image in graphic design, is also something which can and needs to be questioned through its production, reception. And in order to understand that, we can maybe conceive of exercises or tools or things to try to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to say something now. The microphone was passed to you. Well, maybe I could, if there are no questions from the floor or from online, maybe I can ask if you guys have any. Oh, there is, yeah. Mhm. Oh, will you perform for graphic design students?
No, we'll make them perform. We'll perform with them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's also interesting to share that where we'll be teaching that. I mean, Swani and I will be teaching the class, but David will be participating. And that also feels like a really important way that we actually take the practice that we've developed slowly over the last year and try to share it through doing it, continuing to do it. With the students rather than putting an end to this research and saying, cool, we had this year of artistic research and now we've got outcomes and you can read
Buy
them
the
off a
multiple in
sheet
the shop.
and then-
Yeah.
Yeah, like that we still don't actually know what it is that we're doing, to be honest. And that's okay.
You're still at it. You're still experimenting. Yeah.
yeah.
And that part of that completion of that process will happen through the pedagogical experimentation too.
Yeah, it'll definitely be the next step in kind of opening up the collaboration from the three of us to even more graphic designers and maybe eventually kind of on the other side, bringing in dancers to collaborate on it as well.
Well, it sounds great. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you so much. Our last presentation is a Zoom because we can't have a hybrid event without somebody coming in on Zoom. So we're going to just have to take down the set here a little bit. And while that's happening, I'll just explain how the rest of the day is going to go. So we have our next presentation, Oskar Johanson. Had to double check his name. Coming in from Zoom. And when that is over, then I'll do my usual attempt to put a cap on things by making a few remarks. And then, don't go away because you're going to get a copy of the publication. I'm going to show it again for you. Fellows in print. And we'll have some remarks from Ava about the process of the book. So just give us a minute to get the Zoom up and running, and then we'll welcome Oskar. He's already there. Fantastic.
Hi, Eva. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. No problem. Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay, can you guys see that? The title page? Yes. And that, you can see that? It is the clock going underwater? Yeah. Okay, great. Right. All right, guys. First of all, thanks so much for joining me, and apologies that I can only be there virtually. And also, thanks very much to Lisa and Eva and everyone else who's organizing today. So, as mentioned, I'm Oskar Johanson, and I'm a designer and a writer, and I gave the title of Usurpers to the body of research that I undertook as part of my fellowship. And the sort of research had as its core question this idea of what is maritime space. and what are maritime spaces, not in isolation, but in relation to cities and urban space. And the research kind of was mostly made up of writing. So today I'm kind of giving you a presentation, which is basically a very, very, very rough summary of that writing. But it also includes some drawings that I made, a few sort of map-like drawings, which I believe are hanging up upstairs. So through the research, I tried to work out a way to think about ocean-going vessels or ships. And I did this because not only am I really interested in maritime space and ships and all that sort of thing, but because at the very beginning of the pandemic, it seemed as though ground zero for contagion and ways of thinking about quarantine sort of began at sea. Now, obviously, that moved very quickly onto land, but that was kind of a beginning point, and that was very compelling to me as to why that was the case. And the research that I did started off beyond my own obsession with ships, with teaching at the GRA. So I taught a short course with the architectural design department, which was entitled Saturnalia Unfurled. And the purpose of that course was to explore with my students the cruise ship and where the cruise ship came from and what its kind of design provenance was, and all the very strange and bizarre aspects of cruising. And I also undertook a lot of desk-based research. So I did a lot of reading, I did a lot of writing, I called up some lawyers. There was a third major part of the research that I was kind of naively hoping I could do. I thought, well, maybe the pandemic will only be over, you know, like in a few weeks, I think at some point. And obviously that was not the case. And that third part of the research was going to the sea. If you're going to talk about ships and boats, then you need to get on a ship or a boat at some point. And that never quite materialized. Actually, I wasn't even able to go to one of the big shipyards that I wanted to. The Meyer Werft shipyard in northern Germany, where some of the largest cruise ships in the world are being manufactured. They're very polite. They said, no, you can't come. There's a pandemic going on. So I sort of had to do a lot of this stuff from home. And one of the ways I approached it was doing a very simple exercise, setting a very simple question for myself, which was this: what is a ship? This is obviously an English language question, but the more I sort of tried to get to an answer, the more I realized maybe there was similar dynamics playing out in some of the other Germanic and maybe Romantic languages. I don't know about Chinese or other sort of non-Western European languages. But I started out with this English language question: what is a ship? And I began with trying to work out how mariners and seafarers think about ships. So one way into this was this article I found that was published in 2011 online by The Guardian, and it was part of a series called Semantic Enigmas. And it asked this question: what is the difference between a boat and a ship? Which in English is like a commonsensical question. But what was interesting is that in the answers to this question, what is the difference between a boat and a ship? Is that no single answer seemed to line up with the next. So the people who were writing into the Guardian were apparently friends of people who were writing in. They were nephews recently graduated from Naval College. They were ship science graduates. So there were all these different kind of perspectives as to what a ship was and how it was different from the boat, which is also kind of like a water-based object. And in answering the questions, or answering the one question, each of the responses tended to rely on one or two what I call dimensions of difference. So these are the kind of the species of differentiation. So it's different in terms of size, it's different in terms of its shape, it's different in terms of its use. So someone said, a ship can carry a boat cannot carry a ship, which is very pithy, but it doesn't actually help us because we still don't know what a boat is, except that maybe it's smaller than a ship. Someone else said a ship is a vessel over 100 feet in length, in which case, if that was true, I could just close my laptop and my research project was over. But someone else said, well, actually, a ship weighs more than 150 gross tons, so anything smaller, therefore, is a boat. So it kind of kept going on and on and on, and everyone would be more or less vague or more or less specific. Someone simply said, a ship has curtains. So the fact that, which is obviously related to the use of an object, right? If an object has curtains, it kind of begins to suggest that it's inhabited for a certain duration of time. If it's inhabited for a certain duration of time, that kind of tells you how long one might expect it to be at sea. But if you need to go to sea for a long time, you can't go to sea in a small kayak or a small yacht or a small dinghy. You need to have a sufficiently sized vessel. Otherwise, it's very dangerous. So all these different answers, a ship has curtains. You can row a boat. You can't row a ship. A ship is 100 foot long. A ship is 200 foot long. A ship weighs this much. You can kind of see a number of different phenomena. But the only consistent thing I found was that no one knows where the ship is, and that vagueness and kind of nebulousness is the one constant when it comes to thinking about ships. So what I thought was this was interesting. First of all, in that the ship was very vague, and also that I thought it was compelling to think about how the idea of the ship resonated with the people who were on ships. Obviously, a lot of people who were on ships are people who work on ships. The ship is a work site for them. But there are also people who are on board ships because they're being moved, either because they want to or because they don't want to. And so the idea of what a ship is resonates very, very differently for all different sorts of people, depending on how the ship is shaping their subjectivity. So after kind of thinking about mariners and seafarers and landlubbers none of whom can seem to agree on what a ship is, I took the maybe slightly ill-advised decision to think about the ship through law. So I ended up speaking to a lawyer or two, and depending on who I spoke to, either law, I found out the law was either completely in agreement or not in agreement at all as to what a ship is. Now, in law, it's more about the question of what differentiates a ship from a vessel. And I know that, again, this is probably a phenomenon that relates or can be found in other languages, such as Dutch. So what I do know is that there's an international system of checks and procedures, standards agencies, compliance officers, and national jurisdictions, each of which try to come up with terms that can be commonly used across the world, because there is no global jurisdiction for ships, right? If you're out in the middle of the high sea, there isn't one world government that will tell you what is legal and what is illegal. Instead, there are sort of national jurisdictions, and wherever your ship is registered, that determines which law you need to follow. Each of these different national jurisdictions around the world, they have, they sort of all typically agree on roughly what a ship is, right? Everyone would agree that a cargo ship is a ship. But again, a bit like the mariners, and probably this is why the mariners in the Guardian article are getting so confused, is because some of these nations say, well, a ship weighs more than 25 tons. A ship is longer than 200 foot. And that changes between different nations. What they do agree on is that a ship can navigate itself. A ship has its own means of propulsion, and a ship can go out onto the open sea. But then again, we don't know exactly what the sea is. The sea becomes a complicated question. So there is some common ground in law, but there's also sufficient enough confusion that in 2016, an organization called the Comité Maritime International, which is a non-profit organization, quote, concerned with the unification of maritime law, convened a committee whose purpose was to find out what the definition of the ship was. So this was in 2016. This is like a really important organization that's deciding that no one knows what a ship is. And the result was this kind of working group. The working group was called the International Working Group on Vessel Nomenclature. And their main mode of operation was to put together a questionnaire that then got sent out to all the different national jurisdictions or the representative officials who said, can you please tell us in what legal documents you define the ship and what legal documents you define the vessel? And if there's any differentiation between those two terms, how is that resolved? And I don't think they came to much of a conclusion. And that was only sort of 5 years ago. And this is acknowledged in the report that they sort of put out at the conclusion of their studies. And they kind of suggested that law's problem with ships and vessels is that ships move around the world. They also are constantly changing. So what could be considered a ship or a vessel 400 years ago is obviously different to what could be considered a ship or vessel today. And that's because new technology is constantly producing new objects and new spaces which can be at sea or be on the sea. This kind of makes older terms and all the terms that support those terms increasingly vague. So what I decided to do was try to construct for myself my own particular understanding of what is a ship. And then I would use this framework that I developed to kind of think about specific ships which were running around today, which I thought somehow captured some interesting conditions, not least to do with the city and the pandemic. So these ultimately ended up being a bunch of cruise ships. But first of all, I had to build this framework. So as I mentioned, one of the key terms in understanding a ship or a maritime vessel is the field or the context in which it works, right? Which is the sea. And the sea, I mean, for architects, when you say context, they typically think about the spatial environment that surrounds a building, right? The building is responding to its context, that sort of thing. But for lawyers and for art historians and for writers, the context can often mean just as much texts and the documents and the literature that surround a thing. So I wanted to kind of think about the sea a little bit as both the spatial context of the ship, but also as a kind of texturology that surrounds the ship and informs the ship. Because I wasn't just thinking about real ships, but I was thinking about ships in fiction as well. So the question, what is a ship, is obviously to ask, what is the sea? And the sea has a number of qualities. The sea abstracted is this kind of generic idea, not as a particular ocean or as a particular sea, but as a sort of abstract space. It's big and it's dangerous. These things are obvious to everyone who's lived near or on or has ever heard about the sea. But there's an interesting third quality that flows from these two things, that the sea is big and the sea is dangerous, and that is that it's almost impossible to permanently settle the sea. This is a super important aspect of the sea and the way we think about it. You can't permanently settle it, not the way you can permanently settle land. So it's because of this quality of the sea that it has been able to function paradoxically in all different sorts of ways. On the one hand, it's been this empty place, this so-called empty place, a cultural and historical void. It's also been free, somehow that unable to be owned by any one power. Okay, these are ideas about what the sea is. This is what I'm not what I think the sea is. It's also been a source of wealth creation because the sea is large and the sea is dangerous. It can put distance between you and someone you might want to trade with. It puts distance between the sites of production and the sites of consumption. It enables the smooth and cheap transportation of those things you might want to trade. and it can function as an extrajudicial space. So it's somewhere you can go if you want to avoid the obstacles to capital accumulation that you might encounter on land, or just off the land. Because for me, the sea has to begin, as in law, the sea sort of begins not at the shore, but off the shore. So as a dangerous and expansive context, it's demanded all sorts of innovation and invention, a lot of which has been pretty bad for the well-being and the dignity of the people who go to sea. So over time, these qualities of the sea produced, demanded, or asked of those who would go to it bigger and bigger and more efficient and cheaper and more cheaply crewed and more reliably propulsed ships. This innovation in ships was also matched by innovation in financial and insurance instruments. And it's innovation in finance and innovation in insurance that was able to make certain violences at sea possible, not least of which was the Middle Passage. Because of course, if you want to enslave a people, you need to have a legal justification for doing so if you're in the middle of Enlightenment Europe. As Marcus Rediker points out, the ship as a space or as a technology at sea wasn't working alone. It was part of a constellation of spaces, So Rediker says, along with the ship, you also had the tender boat, the prison hulk, the crimp house, the press room, the cookhouse, the storehouse, the barracoon, factory, trading post, trunk, cage, fort, city jail, bridewell, and the modern prison itself. So these are all spaces in concert, working in concert with a ship, beginning in slavery, but which we can see continue working with the ship insofar as it remains a site of spatial discipline, social hierarchy, racial hierarchy, class hierarchies. Okay, so even after the supposed end of slavery, a lot of these qualities remain and are indeed intensified and enforced on ship spaces. The big difference that I can see between a ship and all these other spaces of discipline and imprisonment and the dehumanization is that the ship, once it's on the sea, is alone. And there's a particular kind of risk that being alone on the high sea away from land presents itself to a space of discipline that is not the case in a prison, because you can't call for reinforcements when you're in the middle of the Atlantic, right? And so the modes of discipline and violence are especially intensified because you can't call in the army, you can't call in the police. It's just you and the people who you're transporting. There's a really interesting aspect of this, which I found, which was that Christopher Columbus, when he was sailing Santa Maria on his way to the New World, the supposedly New World, he regularly lied to his crew. He said, oh, we're not actually that far from Europe. He did this in order to maintain morale, in order to stop his crew committing mutiny, throwing him overboard. But what I think this little anecdote tells us is that on board a ship, time, or one sense of time, one sense of distance, is actually a fiction that is put in the service of control. It's usually a fiction written by the captain. So what I ended up thinking, having kind of considered the ship spatially, is that maybe, and also having considered the ship legally, and also having considered the word ship etymologically, as well as semantically, I started wondering if maybe ship wasn't the most useful word at all, and if we shouldn't disregard ship altogether. The obvious other contender in English is the word vessel, and vessel captures in many ways more of what a ship and ship-like objects do. in that a vessel both contains and transmits. So these two kind of qualities. A ship is a vessel. It is a vessel in that there's a spatial boundary that somehow separates it from outside. And it can contain objects, it can contain materials, it can contain things, insofar as human beings can sometimes be commodified and stripped of their humanity. It can also contain nothing. And I think it's interesting that a certain building in New York City, which is called The Vessel, also contains nothing. So sometimes you can transport nothingness, or the promise of nothingness, or the complete absence of imagination. That can be your cargo as well. As a container, a vessel is also a means of locking up, right? It's a way of controlling, of stopping the spread of things. And again, those could be people, they could be ideas, they could be pathogens, it could be a virus. But the ship is a vessel also in the sense that it is the medium. It's the medium of transport itself. So it's not the cell, although it can be the cell flowing in a tube of blood. But it's the tube itself. It's the tube that contains the cells. So in this figurative sense, the ship as vessel is an instrument through which the work of power is done, the cordons through which empire is sustained, and the units of violence conveyed. So in this second sense, many other ocean-going spaces, which would normally be considered ships, can easily qualify as vessels. So for example, oil platforms, which convey oil, and dredging barges, which convey sand to the shore, and wind turbines, which convey power to the shore, right? These are all obviously types of vessel. They aren't necessarily ships. But we can see that ships are types of vessels themselves. Ships have in common the sense that they convey and they control, like these other objects. There's an interesting kinship between the English word ship and the Dutch word for ship. I think the Dutch word for skipper as well, right? And the French équiper, right, to equip. And I think that's interesting that we can think about ships as equipment, as things which, as tools. Because sometimes equipment is completely invisible to us unless it breaks down, unless it fails. And this is exactly what happened with the Ever Given. No one thought about this ship until it blocked the most important canal in the world. No one thought about the Deepwater Horizon until it exploded and started sending, well, some people would have thought about it obviously all the time. Those who know that we shouldn't be extracting oil, but it only appears in the public consciousness in the event of its failure. So this is another aspect of what the vessel is, which is not necessarily so primary to the definition of the ship. So in answer to my question, which I set for myself, obviously in a very expansive and slightly poetic way, what is a ship? We have the beginning of an answer. A ship is a kind of seagoing vessel. And each one of those terms I've now very, very carefully defined for myself. A vessel is a kind of space that can work in a double sense, right? It's a container as well as an instrument of conveyance. So having established that, I then wanted to take it a bit further and think about it in a slightly more spatial way, because I'm architecturally trained. I had to kind of sort of bring this back to space somehow, as opposed to pure semantics. So an enduring, if not sometimes highly problematic model of thinking about ships spatially is Foucault's concept of heterotopia, which was developed in the 60s and kind of, but not published until the 80s. And for Foucault, the general context out of which this this theory of heterotopia emerged was his understanding of our own epoch being defined by simultaneity and juxtaposition and dispersion and all that sort of thing. Heterotopia, of course, for Foucault was a space that actually existed in real life, that somehow mirrored or exaggerated or compressed conditions found in the mainstream of society. And he defined this very, very carefully in contradistinction to utopias. He said utopias cannot exist. There is nowhere in the real world that there's a utopia. But there are heterotopias who have some of the qualities of what other people would call utopia. For Foucault, his favorite species of heterotopia was the ship. He said the ship was a floating piece of space, a place without a place, that exists by itself, that is closed in on itself, and at the same time given over to the infinity of the sea. I mean, one critique that we can level at Foucault, first of all, is that the sea is not a place, that the sea is a place. The sea is not placeless. And in fact, the placelessness of the sea, trying to think of the sea as nowhere, is a fiction that only serves empire. Because of course, if you say that no one can own the sea, no one has rights to the sea is the common heritage of mankind, and at the same time you have the largest navy in the world, then that fiction of the sea being nowhere, that fiction of the sea being no place, works to your favor. So we always need to push back against this idea that the sea is somehow, like it can't be thought about spatially like land can. It's distinct, categorically distinct, but we don't want to fall into the trap of thinking about the sea as being placeless. But I think there's still a lot of framework that Foucault sort of scribbled down that is quite useful to us, because seagoing vessels remain spatial constructs. So just as they were in the 16th century, today they are still spatial constructs. They're still spaces of social discipline. They're work sites. Lawyers talk about them as being factories of the sea. Now, as part of the output of my my research, as I mentioned, I was doing all this writing and doing all this reading and these conversations. But I also made a series of drawings. So 3 drawings, which I think are in the exhibition upstairs. Everything okay, Eva? Yep. Okay. So I made a series of drawings, and each of these drawings is kind of like a representation or of a case study of a particular vessel. And I approached thinking about the case studies of these different vessels using various different aspects of heterotopology, so Foucault's understanding of heterotopia. One of the principles of heterotopia was that what makes a space heterotopic is liable to change. So a space can exist in relationship to somewhere else, like the mainland or the mainstream of society. But that relationship can change over time. So conditions can change on land, even as they remain the same in the other space or on the ship. And this is one aspect of heterotopia, the sort of gradual differentiation between cultures and norms that can develop between 2 spaces, especially when one is sealed off or somehow set apart from the other. And this aspect of heterotopia was really, really clearly defined, I think, by one episode that happened this year, actually began in 2019. So actually last year and the year before that, which was the example of the MV Artania. So the MV Artania was this cruise ship that left Germany, left Hamburg in December of 2019. Before anyone thought that there was, maybe we knew there was a virus in China, but we didn't think it was going to come to Europe. maybe this was just going to be like SARS. So this vessel called the MV Artania, this cruise ship with a few thousand people on board, departed Germany, but it actually ended up taking 6 months to get home because in the time that it was at sea, the pandemic began. So I made this image, which is kind of a map. I don't know if you can you see my mouse? Maybe no. Probably, you can? Okay. So, I mean, well, you guys can recognize the planet Earth, but up at the very top over here is Western Europe, from which the ship departed. In December, it went via London, and then it went down through the Atlantic Ocean via Ascension. And then by January of 2020, it was down here at the Cape of Good Hope. It called into Table Bay, Cape Town. By this point, the pandemic has begun, but everyone on board doesn't want to go home. They want to keep going on with their cruise, so that's what happens. So beginning in February 2020, the ship starts to head towards Australia because it wants to do a kind of global tour. So from Germany, down the Atlantic, across the Indian Ocean, around to Australia. That's the tour. That's the voyage. It comes up to Sri Lanka to refuel. Then it goes down through Singapore, down through Indonesia, and it starts rounding the continent of Australia. It calls into a bunch of different towns in Queensland. It calls into Sydney. And then by March 2020, when things are really starting to fall apart, it's right here on the very southern southwestern corner of Australia. It's around the middle of March that 7 people on board this ship start displaying COVID-19 symptoms. And then there are tests on board, and then they all turn out to be positive. So the captain of the cruise vessel radios Fremantle, which is sort of next to Perth, the capital of Western Australia, right here. Radios ahead and says, well, we need to come ashore. We've got COVID-19 patients on board. And the health authorities in Australia say, no way. So there's 2 weeks or so, maybe 1 week, of toing and froing. And the ship is just kind of can't really sail all the way back to Europe with these people on board. It needs to call into port so that these people can be taken to hospital. And eventually, it is granted permission to dock, whereupon everyone's taken off, but the crew have to stay on board. The crew aren't allowed to come off. Once everyone's been taken off, there's another few days, and then the health authorities say you have to leave, and the ship refuses to leave. So there's this big standoff between the city of Perth and the Australian health authorities and this German-operated cruise line. Eventually they do leave, but by this point, the ship has been away from Europe for so long, and everything around the world is falling apart, that 2 crew members have fallen in love and decided that they want to get married. So the same day, which is sort of the middle of April, that the ship leaves Fremantle, the captain of the MV Artania officiates the wedding of 2 crew members. The ship then sails north to Indonesia, pulls into a big port in Jakarta, where it then offloads a few hundred of its crew who are Indonesian. The ship then sails north again, all the way up to Manila, where it gets rid of all of its Filipino crew, because all the passengers have already gone into Australia or flown back to Europe. But this same privilege is not extended to the ship's crew. So the ship now has to physically go to these spaces of labor, the origins of the labor of the ship, and physically deposit all these people in their home countries, which is something that usually doesn't happen with cruise ships. Usually it doesn't happen. Usually they get flown in, they get picked up in a certain port. Then the ship begins. Only after it's kind of deposited everyone except a very, very base skeleton crew does the ship start heading back to Europe. And by May, 2020, it's sort of leaving Singapore. It does a little detour. It draws a love heart shape on its radar to celebrate Mother's Day, and then it's, you know, by June it's in the Suez Canal, and by July I think it's back in Europe, back in Hamburg. So 6 months at sea. This is obviously a really good demonstration of the principle of heterotopia that Foucault says is that the heterotopia can change over time, and what makes it other to the main current of culture are the norms of that culture at the time. So obviously the ship kind of remains this strange space in which COVID-19 hasn't happened, even as the world falls apart, until a point at which it then kind of reunites with the world. And then there's an inversion that happens whereby it has to start almost privileging the needs of its labor rather than the passengers. A second case study that I looked at was an event that occurred in August of 2012. This was on board a cruise ship operated by Disney. If you don't know, Walt Disney Company operates 4 cruise liners. 2 of them usually hang out in Florida and go around the Bahamas. So in August 2012, the Disney vessel, which was called Disney Dream, was anchored in Port Canaveral on the east coast of Florida. It was getting ready to go when a crew member committed sexual assault against a child that was on board. Now, the child was in the company of her grandmother. The grandmother reported this assault to the ship's authorities, who then started trying to find out who this crew member was. The crew member was identified an hour or so later, but instead of reporting this crew member to the local police, which is what they should have done according to local US law, the ship left. So they found out who the guy was, they detained him, they questioned him, the security on board the ship, and then the ship left Florida with all of its passengers on board. And it wasn't until the early hours of the next day, just after the ship had left the exclusive economic zone of the United States, right here. I mean, you can't see it here, but just imagine that there's a line 200 nautical miles off the coast of Florida. Only after the ship had crossed this boundary did it call the police in Florida and say, oh, by the way, there's been a sexual assault on board. By this point, the ship is no longer obliged to turn around. The ship can't be made the subject of a criminal inquiry, or at least it can't be compelled to turn around by US authorities, because the ship was registered in the Bahamas. So this became a matter for the Bahamian police force. Sailed to the Bahamas. The crew member was taken off board once they got to Nassau in the Bahamas. The crew member was questioned, but the grandmother of the child who was sexually assaulted said she didn't want to press charges. She just wanted to go home. So this crew member who committed the crime was dismissed by Disney and then flown home to his home country at Disney's expense. And the ship went back to Florida, where the police were waiting and said, give us the guy. They said, oh, no, he's gone already. So this is another quality of heterotopia, I think really, really clearly demonstrated by this cruise ship, which is that heterotopias function on time. So they're not just like, they don't have like a time-based relationship to the land, but they themselves can kind of produce their own time. This is what I was talking about Christopher Columbus making up his own schedules in order to pacify his crew. In this case, the ship is able to manufacture its own timeline, whereby it says, oh, the crime only got to us as it leaves the jurisdiction that might want it to do more work, right? So it kind of waits. It can kind of forcibly slow down an investigation until it reaches a jurisdiction that is more lenient. So again, this is another interesting heterotopic aspect of ocean-going vessels. The third drawing that I did was this one, and
Hey, Oscar, it's
Yeah?
Michelle, the moderator. Hi. I just wanted to say that can you please wrap it up, because I would like to ask you some questions, and then we have to move on the afternoon. So
Yep,
can
yep,
you
yep.
can
Okay,
you
easy.
quickly
All right, so this is,
quickly
yeah, so this is the end of the research anyway. So this is that's the final drawing that I produced, which was a kind of drawing of the Ruby Princess, this princess that docked into Sydney in March 2020, around the same time that the Artania was running around. And again, this speaks to a whole bunch of other heterotopic principles, which is spelled out in the research, and which I can't really get into today. But which, you know, one of the most important aspects of is that the space, like all other spaces that exist either on land or at sea, always exists with a certain amount of friction or permeability with the outside. And this was, I would say, arguably not made proper use of when this ship, which had a bunch of COVID patients on board, docked in Sydney. The result was that a whole bunch of COVID patients then were freely distributed throughout Australia. So this is a super interesting case, but obviously we don't have time to get into it today.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's have a round of applause.
So yeah. So is there any other strange aspects of any of the research that I've mentioned so far? I'm very happy to get into. And obviously there's a whole bunch of questions which I've opened up for myself just by asking this one single question. But yeah, I mean, we can just sort of jump straight into the conversation, I think, perhaps, because that's more efficient.
Yeah, I think it's nice for people to ask questions. Anyways, let's have some applause.
Thank you.
So yeah, would anyone like to start with a question? I have a question. What is a ship? Sorry,
There's a ship.
I'm a comedian in my off hours. Yeah. So I think for me that my question is kind of about you took us down to really deep places with this, looking at very fundamental things. What is the sea? What is the ship? I wonder, maybe you could just tell us where, now that you've done all these drawings and this research and looked at these case studies, where is this project going for you next?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I would really love to continue pushing some of the more specific case studies. So I think just trying to think generically about ships is, as I've found out, like incredibly broad. And so some of the more specific strange cases of cruise ships, I think, would yield some more precise and maybe interesting research, which could end up maybe in the form of a publication. The other direction would be kind of a project that I'm a part of, which is actually trying to get a ship, an old ferry, and we're trying to acquire an old ship from a state government in Australia. So there's although I couldn't exactly bring to bear a lot of this academic research directly to the people that we're trying to acquire this boat from, it's still incredibly useful. It's incredibly useful to be able to contextualize maritime spaces. I think even if you're kind of working in a more kind of architectural point of view. So I should mention that this project that I'm a part of, we're trying to acquire an old boat and repurpose it as a kind of cultural center and a community center. And part of the reason we want to do that is because we think otherwise this vessel will be destroyed, and we think that would be bad news. Not least because of the embodied energy in this ship, because it's quite a large ship, but also because it's an incredible piece of design. So those are the two trajectories I see, kind of pursuing the more academic stuff into maybe a more specific text about cruise ships and cruise liners and all the bizarre and strange episodes of them. And then on the other side is kind of working as my own way to contextualize more architectural interventions that literally involve maritime spaces.
Great, sounds good. I mean, you have to, of course, have heard of the crypto boat that went wrong recently.
The crypto.
So be
Yeah.
careful if you're going to acquire a ship. That's my only comment is just be careful. It's as you know, there's strange environments where strange things happen.
Yeah, well, let me just clarify. The ship wouldn't be so that I can avoid paying taxes and be a crypto miner.
Oh, come on.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but maybe it might be true, but I wouldn't admit it to you guys today, would I? So.
Yeah, of course not. Not on a live stream. Yeah, of course not. Does anyone else have any questions or comments for Oskar? Yes, we have one. Yeah, so the question was, yeah, do you foresee including an aspect of fiction in your future work about ships and cruise ships?
Yes. Well, maybe. I mean, I've tried my hand at writing fiction myself, but I haven't been able to make it work with this kind of, I guess the kind of the more writerly voice and the academic voice. I haven't been able to get to work together in any way that wasn't really awkward already. Maybe everyone else who writes has find a similar thing. I mean, some people nail it. Some people are really, really good at kind of joining an academic concern with a kind of writerly voice and the writerly approach. But for me, like, probably you can tell that there's like this very kind of precise way and in which I like to map out things. And then in fiction, there's a kind of incredible vagueness which can be to your advantage. And sometimes it's hard to work out which of those you want to fully embrace. But it's a really good question. I mean, one part of this research involved me reading all sorts of incredible and very compelling works of fiction, and you can't not read this stuff and want to kind of try your own. It's not, I don't want to write a pirate story, but maybe a pirate on a cruise ship. I don't know.
Yeah, sounds like why not? Piracy. There's a great number of stories to be told there for sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Oskar. Let's have another round of applause for him, please.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and sorry for rushing you along, but you know, it's a
Yeah,
tough
no
job,
problem.
but somebody has to do it.
Yeah.
So we're now at the conclusion of our day. And I just wanted to wrap up with a few thoughts, looking at kind of all the different presentations together. I think we had a fascinating day looking at, for example, many different forms of publishing, using unusual materials and special formats, things like, the record album, blankets, garments made of paper, things like this. And we've looked at a lot of work that excavates cultural histories, family histories, and really examines the different modes of storytelling involved in this, and some of the storytelling being a little more fiction and some being a little more nonfiction. And using things like drawings and archives, music. So it's been very rich in that sense. And we've also looked at some truly interdisciplinary work, which is really nice, or at least where disciplines are talking to each other and actually having what seems like a conversation, which is great, through dance, publishing, design, video, just to name a few. And mapping and cartography have come up in several ways in several of the fellows' projects, looking at the city, at archaeodreaming, and rootedness in places that are both real or imaginary, and looking at the traces that vessels make as well, for example. So I think this has been a really vibrant collection of projects, research, and things that culminate in such a way that shows the vibrancy of artistic research today. So it's been very inspiring. And also it really shows the number of domains it can work in and the kind of flexibility, the flow between disciplines, and the different ways that people can engage and really communicate with each other. So it's been a really inspiring day for me, and I hope it has also been for you. Thank you very much for coming here to the Theory Stairs or joining us on YouTube. I'm just going to step out of my role now and pass the microphone to Eva Hoonhout, who will be talking about the publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for today and for your great moderation. That's the first thank you of today, but I'm gonna do a few more. Yeah, thank you. So, it's fine. So thank you all for today. It has been a long day, but we want to, before we let everyone go, spend one more moment to kind of celebrate the publication that we've made. Because for each fellowship trajectory, we also make, after kind of this moment of presenting the work in a symposium and in an exhibition, we also create together with the fellows a publication. So actually, this is the publication from last year's symposium, and then the year prior to that, the actual trajectories took place. And I actually want to just super shortly show you a little bit of what is in the publication. Gabrielle Kennedy has written a prologue, Researcher in the House, where she's talking kind of about the evaluation or the evolution, that's what I want to say, evolution of the fellowship directory that we have been developing over the last 3 years. And she begins her text, her prologue, with a quote by Terry Geoffroy. And I just wanted to read it out because I also feel it really makes sense looking at all the work that has been shared today. So it says, "I'm not a scientist, but I make systems through which to extract and collect opinions, which are performative. At the end, I have data pool, which can be interpreted by others, and then it becomes a sculpture." So that's the start of the publication. And then in the publication, you can find all the work by the fellows. And we have made a little system in the book where each project begins with a few black pages where the fellow is being asked a few questions. And then in those questions, it's about really the starting point of the research and the methodologies that are being used. And then after that, we really wanted to give the researchers free space to present their research in a way that really fits the research. So some have made a toolkit out of it, some have shared visual material of their research, other included an excerpt of their essay. So I think it has become a really rich collection of fragments from their research. And yeah, so we are really happy with publication, and I especially want to thank the team who also has worked on it and all the contributors in the publication. With a special thanks also to Lisa Prince and Oliver Barstow for editing it. With also thank you to Rosanne Jonkhout, who is also here today, who helped me also in producing it from the start. And also a thank you to Nicola, who is also here today and who made the visuals for the publication that also serves as the cover. Yeah, that's it. We do have copies here, so also want to invite everyone to get a copy downstairs. And we would have hoped to end this day with raising a glass, but unfortunately we're not allowed to do that due to the new COVID restrictions. So instead of that, let's just raise the book, I would say, and then that's kind of the end of today, and thank you. come get your coffee out. Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Thank you so much. You did a great job again.